Chapter 2901. What trick? When Cheng looked confused as he was dragged out of the group. He walked out of the group unhurriedly. She lowered her voice and asked, Ruyu, what happened? Suyu gestured for her to keep quiet and pulled her along as if nothing had happened. Right at this moment, there was a change in the inspection channel. The middle-aged guest went through all the inspection of the python heads with ease and was about to leave the channel. Suddenly, the golden python shone a ray of light on the middle-aged man's official document. The official document burned on the spot. Historically, only fake official documents would burn during the inspection process. Fake official documents, kill them on the spot. A cold voice came from the channel. The golden python's eyes immediately shot a ray of light at the middle-aged man. The latter was shocked and retreated while shouting, I am real, I am real. However, the golden python did not stop. The ray of light shot behind him and petrified the middle-aged man into a statue on the spot. His cultivation was at the peak of the Earthmaster level, but he was still destroyed by a ray of light. At the same time, a stern voice came from the inspection channel. Everyone, surround him. Swish, swish, swish. Many creatures nearby who seemed to be queuing up suddenly tore off their disguises and revealed their slender bodies in white soft armor. They all had the mark of a holy mountain on their chests and their bodies exuded a strong chaotic aura. The most special thing was that their bodies were all stone statues. Chaotic creatures. The 9-star civilization was under the rule of the chaotic creatures. They were also in charge of such an important place like the inspection channel. It's the chaotic creatures law enforcement team, some people exclaimed. These people hid in the dark all year round and only showed up in emergencies. Now, they were lying in ambush near the inspection channel. As soon as they appeared, they immediately surrounded all the people in the queue. Some of the people who carried the fake official documents realized that they were in danger and tried to escape. However, as soon as they moved, they were killed by a ray of petrifying light from the chaotic residents. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. The cold and majestic voice sounded again. Only then did those who were guilty stop. Next, the chaotic creatures' law enforcement team completely surrounded them and sent them into the channel for inspection one by one. Those who held the real official documents did not respond to the light of the golden python. But if it was a fake document, it would burn immediately. Those who lined up were forcibly brought in by the chaotic creatures. No one was an exception. Every few people, they would find a fake document holder and mercilessly kill him on the spot. The crowd's expression changed. In the past, those pythons could not distinguish the authenticity of the document. However, this golden python seemed to be different and already had the ability to distinguish. Many people who held the fake documents were caught off guard and fell into the trap. Now that he was surrounded, he had to go forward one by one to verify the authenticity. Their hearts were burning with anxiety. In the distance, when Cheng, who had already walked far away, was stiff all over. His eyes were filled with panic and a trace of hope. Hearing the screams behind him, when Cheng's legs trembled as he walked. His voice was filled with uneasiness. Ruyu, how did you know that it was a trap? That middle-aged man was someone who used fake documents to enter and leave the 9-star civilization all year round, but he did not notice anything wrong at all. Suyu, on the other hand, had detected the presence of a trap the first time he had come here, so he immediately retreated decisively. Didn't you notice that the golden snake badge we picked up in the black market is very similar to that golden python? Suyu said. When Cheng nodded. I saw it, but could you speculate that it was a trap? Most people wouldn't think in this direction after seeing it, would they? It's never wrong to be more careful in everything, Suyu murmured. We came to the 9-star civilization for the first time, so we have to be more cautious. When Cheng suddenly felt unusually at ease. With Suyu by her side, she really didn't have to worry about anything. Thanks to you. She was much more relaxed, and she walked very smoothly. Don't be careless. We are not completely out of danger yet, Suyu said. When Cheng didn't care. We have come so far, they can't take us back, can they? There are at least 8,000 beings like us. There were many creatures coming and going around them, and most of them were watching the actions of the chaotic creatures' law enforcement team. Were they going to take all of them away? However, as if responding to Wen Cheng, the majestic and indifferent voice exploded in their ears. You too, stop. Wen Cheng's body stiffened, and her mind went blank. She turned her head with difficulty and looked behind her. She saw 10 chaotic creatures rushing towards them with weapons in their hands. At the same time, some kind of powerful gaze was staring at her. The creatures around them immediately stepped aside, leaving a large empty space, for fear of being implicated by Su Yu and Wen Cheng. Looking at the attacking chaotic creatures, she stammered, What did we do wrong? The majestic and indifferent voice sounded again. If you didn't do anything wrong, then why did you go to the place where the fake documents were made in the black market? Swish. A black-robed figure suddenly appeared above them. From the shape, it was the person who bumped into Wen Cheng at the door of the fake documents. Seeing him, Wen Cheng's face turned pale. Humph. You are very alert, leaving the team immediately when you noticed something was wrong, the black-robed man said coldly. Unfortunately, I remember you. Su Yu was dressed in a black robe, so it was difficult for him to recognize him. However, he had seen Wen Cheng's appearance, so he naturally remembered it. In addition, his sudden departure just now naturally attracted his attention. Wen Cheng couldn't explain himself. Looking at the attacking chaotic creatures' law enforcement team, he didn't dare to move. In his heart, he hoped that he could get away with it. His mentality was actually the same as those creatures who were waiting to be sent to death in the examination channel. Knowing that it was impossible to pass, he kept hinting that he could get away with it, and there was still hope, until he was killed mercilessly. However, Su Yu wouldn't hold such an ostrich mentality. His eyes flashed, and he created a space vibration in the sky above the surrounded creatures. At the same time, a group of chaotic creatures' law enforcement team was instantly sent flying, causing great chaos. Those who held the fake documents finally found an opportunity and rushed out immediately. As soon as they moved, the whole encirclement was completely chaotic. Seeing this, the black-robed man immediately flew over to suppress the scene. How could he care about Su Yu and Wen Cheng, the two fish that escaped the net? Kill the two of them. He didn't even turn his head as he shouted and immediately rushed back. Su Yu grabbed Wen Cheng and ran away immediately. The 10 chaotic creatures' law enforcement team behind them were chasing closely. However, their cultivation couldn't be compared with Jinghua Tianzi's. Soon, they were completely shaken off. However, as he was running, Wen Cheng suddenly found something wrong. Ah, Ruyu, why did you turn back? Chapter 2902. If he did not take advantage of the current chaotic period to break in, he could wait until it completely calmed down. The difficulty of entering the civilization would increase by more than 10 times. Wen Cheng was frightened by Su Yu's courage. Many chaotic creatures' law enforcement team had appeared, and he still dared to break in? Perhaps the chaotic creatures did not expect that someone would dare to break into the 9-star civilization at this time. Therefore, until Su Yu broke into the inspection channel, the chaotic creatures reacted. Stop him. Su Yu did not hesitate and pulled Wen Cheng into the inspection channel. The giant pythons all looked over, including the eyes of the golden giant python. The fake documents on their bodies immediately burned and turned into ashes. After detecting that they were fake, the golden giant python shot out 2 beams of black light straight at Su Yu and Wen Cheng. Wen Cheng's beautiful face changed, and it was too late to dodge. Fortunately, Su Yu was right next to him. He raised his right palm casually and made a grabbing motion in the air, extinguishing the golden giant python's radiance. The eyes of the other giant pythons were also ignored by Su Yu and easily resolved. Stop him. The middle-aged man in the black robe was shocked. The truth of the other giant pythons could be resisted, and some powerful creatures could indeed do it. However, the golden giant python was one of the pets that Emperor Xiaoyaro had personally raised, and its strength was amazing. So far, except for the emperor and his descendants, no creature could withstand the truth of the eyes without being affected. Unfortunately, it was too late for the chaotic creature's law enforcement team to react. Su Yu wrapped Wen Cheng and quickly passed through the inspection channel, quickly disappearing from sight. The middle-aged man in the black robe was furious and wanted to chase after them. However, the chaotic scene needed a master like him to suppress it. When everything calmed down, the middle-aged man in the black robe immediately entered the 9-star civilization. Looking at several teams of law enforcement team members walking back listlessly, the middle-aged man in the black robe's face sank. Needless to say, they had lost him. My lord, the other party's physique is amazing, and he has completely escaped from the pursuit, the law enforcement team member said helplessly. The middle-aged man in the black robe's face sank. Issue a warrant for me. He raised his hand and drew Wen Cheng's appearance. Several members of the law enforcement team looked at each other and hesitated. My lord, the cost of issuing a warrant for a creature is too high. Is it necessary to mobilize so many people? To be honest, there were countless people in the 9-star civilization who had fake documents. Was it necessary to go to war for a fish that had escaped the net? Putting him on the wanted list of all the 9-star civilizations had wasted a lot of manpower, resources, and money. The black-robed middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. What's important isn't that girl, but that black-robed man. He can actually resist the petrifying power of Xiao Yarotian's pet. This is no small matter. When it came to the Son of Heaven, even if it was just a sesame seed, it was still a huge matter that could not be taken lightly. Yes, my lord. Also, which direction did he go? The black-robed middle-aged man asked. The enforcer said, it seems to be a space-time swamp. There. The black-robed middle-aged man's worry turned to joy, and his gloomy face was immediately replaced by a sneer. It's actually the space-time swamp. Then I don't have to worry. Cancel the wanted order, they're already dead. The space-time swamp was one of the most majestic forbidden areas of the 9-star civilizations. Once they entered, almost no creatures could come out alive, all of them trapped to death within. Even the most powerful mid-stage heavenly Dao lords didn't dare to venture deep into it. If Su Yu and Wen Cheng dared to barge in, they would definitely die. Speaking of Su Yu, they were very unfamiliar with the 9-star civilization. With their pursuers chasing behind them, they chose a direction to run in. After a long time, they entered an exceptionally muddy area. Patter. Wen Cheng stepped into the mud, and a colorful footprint was left behind. This. Wen Cheng looked down at her own footprint, her eyes filled with disbelief. Beside the footprint just now, there was another footprint that had been left behind at some unknown time. That footprint was exactly the same as hers. This is the place where I was just now. Wen Cheng exclaimed in surprise. However, the surroundings were extremely unfamiliar, and she had no recollection of it at all. She was sure that they hadn't been here just now, but how could her footprint be left behind? Could it be that the footprint could move? As Su Yu was deep in thought, the space-time domain surrounded him. In the end, Wen Cheng discovered some clues in this domain. The scene in front of them changed continuously. It was clearly the same place, but different scenery appeared. Just like when they first arrived at the abandoned 9-star civilization, different people saw different scenes. Space-time anomaly. Su Yu's eyes shone with a shrewd light. Without a doubt, the space-time here had been distorted by some powerful force. Just as he was thinking of countermeasures, a voice that he was looking forward to came from the Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat. Holy Su, I feel the fluctuation of the 9th domain. Su Yu immediately released a person from the Nightmare Crossing Lotus seat. It was none other than the 9th Master. He was the only person in the world who still had contact with the 9th domain. It is nearby. You should leave this place quickly, the 9th Master said solemnly. The 9th domain had taken away the remnants of the 8 domains left by the Taichu Pathmaster and escaped from the 8-star civilization. Su Yu had never thought that he would encounter it as soon as he entered the 9-star civilization. What fate! Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. He used the space-time domain to envelop the 9th Master and Wen Cheng so that they wouldn't be affected by the power of space-time. Don't worry, it may not have found me, Su Yu said confidently. They had stepped into this place by accident, and the 9th domain couldn't have predicted that they would be here in advance, could it? You lead the way and see if we can find the 9th domain. Su Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. If it wasn't for the body of Mirror Flower Heaven, he would have stayed as far away from it as possible. But now, he could give it a try. It would be best if he could catch it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. The ninth domain might not be able to do anything to him. The ninth master hesitated, but he could only lead the way silently. With him sensing the aura of the ninth domain, they wouldn't get lost again. In this swamp, the terrain was extremely complicated, and there were traps everywhere. Moreover, the changes in spacetime were very sensitive. If they weren't careful, the space domain could change their location. Time was also very unstable. Sometimes it sped up, sometimes it slowed down, and sometimes it froze. The swamp wasn't very large, but it could trap people in it and make them unable to extricate themselves. Fortunately, Suyu had mastered the spacetime domain, which greatly reduced the interference. Even so, it took the ninth master a full 10 days to bring everyone to the center of the swamp. The surroundings were deathly silent, and there were no traces left by anyone. It was obvious that no one had ever reached this place. In the center of the swamp, there was a giant black tree without leaves. It was bald and had only sharp thorns left. On the book, there was an existence that looked like a python or a giant dragon wrapped around the trunk of the tree. Its entire body was colored in 9 colors, and it was constantly emitting a strong aura of the domain. The ninth master's pupils shrank fiercely. That's it. Back then, the ninth domain transformed into this thing to injure me and leave alone. Chapter 2903. After the ninth domain had merged with the other domains, it had developed its own intelligence, wounded the ninth hegemon, and fled. It had been many years since they had last seen each other, and the memory was still fresh in the ninth hegemon's mind. Suyu stared at him, his eyes filled with vigilance. According to the ninth hegemon, the ninth realm's current strength was almost comparable to that of ancient god Jolong in the abyss. If there was no need, it was best not to wake him up. He stared deeply at the ninth realm, then gestured for Wen Cheng and the ninth hegemon to step back and not disturb them. When he was fully prepared, he would subdue the ninth realm and forge the divine nine-dragon cauldron. During this period, he should make sufficient preparations to refine the divine nine-dragon cauldron. He had already prepared the materials and was only lacking the superb skills to forge a new divine nine-dragon cauldron. The original divine nine dragons cauldron was still a saint artifact even though it was incomplete. The grade of the new divine nine dragon cauldron might be higher than a saint artifact, and it required a superb forging memory. He might not be able to refine it by himself. The group quietly retreated, but a slight sound came from another direction. Suyu's expression changed slightly, and he gestured for them to stop. They hid on the spot and observed silently. In the opposite direction, there were actually 2 sneaky figures. They used some unknown method to pass through the spacetime swamps and arrive in front of the ninth realm. We've finally found him. Hurry up and report this to the third Vice Hall Master. The 2 of them transmitted their voices to one another. After saying that, he silently retreated. But when they wanted to leave, there was a creaking sound in the silent swamp. The sound was very crisp, like the sound of a tree branch breaking. Both sides held their breaths as they stared at the withered black tree trunk. A branch gently fell from the tree trunk and sank into the mud. Looking at the branch, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Because the branch had fallen from the side of the ninth realm, that meant the ninth realm had moved. The ninth hegemon was still fearful of the ninth domain, and he was about to flee. However, he was stopped by Suyu. He shook his head lightly and signaled to the ninth master not to act rashly. He could keep his composure, but the 2 unidentified people in front of him might not be able to. Startled, they immediately retreated. This movement not only exposed his aura, but it also left behind traces of energy fluctuations. Crack! A violent sound came from the pitch-black ancient tree. The 2 of them turned around and were scared out of their wits. The ninth realm started to move. Its massive body caused tree branches to snap continuously, emitting crisp cracking sound. It woke up. The 2 of them did not dare to hesitate at all. They immediately circulated all the power in their bodies and activated their life-saving Dao artifacts to escape. But halfway through, the commotion behind him became more and more intense. The ninth realm raised its giant head and opened its 9-colored eyes. It stared in the direction the 2 of them escaped. Its enormous body quickly twisted away from the ancient tree and turned into a bolt of 9-colored lightning that intercepted the two of them. There was a cold smile in her eyes. "So you're from the Temple of Heaven. Why? That old woman by Schwer still hasn't given up and wants to subdue me?" It turned out that the two of them were from the Palace of Heaven. Facing the enormous ninth realm, the two of them shuddered in fear. Many years ago, an extremely terrifying existence suddenly appeared in the Nine-Star Civilization. As soon as it arrived in the Nine-Star Civilization, it started a massacre, causing endless slaughter. Many forces joined forces to hunt him down, from the aristocratic clans, to the sacred clans, to the primal chaos heavenly clans. They all pursued and intercepted him. However, the ninth realm was extremely tyrannical. It killed and escaped at the same time, massacring countless forces. In the end, not only were they not captured, but they were all killed by it. Many forces were finally scared and gave up the chase. The Temple of Heaven was one of them. Back then, the Temple Master personally led the experts of the Temple of Heaven to participate in the encirclement. However, the only one who survived in the end was the Temple Master himself. The rest of the people died, and the Temple Master himself was severely injured. It was said that he had yet to recover. "Haha, I didn't teach her a lesson enough," the ninth realm said coldly. The two members of the Temple of Heaven swallowed hard. One of them said fearfully, "We have no ill intentions." The ninth realm squinted its huge eyes and smiled. "I have no ill intentions either. I just wanted to replenish some energy, so I killed a few more people." "But why are you trying to kill me?" The ninth realm opened its bloody mouth. Without any hesitation, the two members of the Temple of Heaven immediately used their life-saving techniques to escape. They were using the Temple of Heaven's unique spatial transference magic treasure that could instantly teleport them to extremely far places. The distance they could cover was even greater than that of the Yuan realm. However, to their despair, they found that after they used it, they could not move at all. "How dare you use spatial divine techniques in front of me? Haha, that old woman by Schwer obviously sent you here to die." The ninth realm did not hesitate anymore. It opened its mouth and swallowed the two of them into its stomach. A scream came from its mouth, and a trace of blood splashed out from the crack. Su Yu and the others could not help but tremble when they saw this. The strength of the two members of the Temple of Heaven was almost at the later stage of the Master of the Heaven Law. However, they did not even have the chance to resist before they were swallowed on the spot. If it had been them, they would not have ended up much better. The ninth realm master's eyelids twitched wildly, and he whispered, "This guy is many times stronger than when he first gained intelligence." Hearing his voice, Su Yu felt that something was wrong. He immediately raised his index finger, signaling for him to keep quiet. The ninth realm fused many powerful domains and could detect everything in the world. Nothing could escape its ears. As expected, the ninth realm's huge head suddenly turned in Su Yu's direction and grinned. "I was wondering why there was a disgusting smell nearby. It turns out that my old friend is here." Bang! Its huge, 9-colored tail suddenly rose up, and then smashed towards the place where Su Yu and the others were hiding with a thunderous force. Su Yu saw that the situation was not good and immediately pulled the two of them to escape. Then, a violent sound came from behind, and the swamp was splashed dozens of feet high. However, before Su Yu and the others could completely escape, the 9-colored tail immediately swept towards them. If this tail swept them, Wen Cheng and the ninth realm master would be turned into ashes on the spot. Su Yu gritted his teeth and pushed the two of them away. He used the body of the mirror flower heavenly prince to withstand this blow. He turned around and pushed his hands out fiercely. Bang! A deafening sound came. Su Yu was swept away, and his mouth was full of the heavenly prince's blood. His body felt like it was falling apart, and he almost collapsed. "Hey!" The ninth realm was surprised. "What on earth are you? You have the 8 great realms and the body of the heavenly prince." After a short period of contact, the ninth realm had already noticed something. Chapter 2904. After all, if I eat you, I will have a higher chance of evolving into a higher existence. The ninth realm's eyes became more and more dangerous. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The ninth realm was now a combination of the 8 great realms. It could be said to have reached the limit of the realms in the world. Could there be an even more unique realm above it? As if sensing Su Yu's confusion, the ninth realm chuckled. Since you and I both cultivate the 8 great realms, I can let you die knowing. Do you know why the Saint Mountain Emperor is so powerful? Su Yu's eyes flashed. To be honest, he had fought with the 2 clones of the Saint Mountain Emperor. But he had never felt the core of the Saint Mountain Emperor's strength. The 2 clones relied on their superior cultivation to suppress and kill Su Yu. He could not see how powerful they were. It's the power of Taichu. The ninth realm's eyes were filled with longing. I felt this power in the traces left behind by the Taichu Taoist master. The Taichu Taoist master called it the Taichu power. The Taichu power is the source of all power. The tens of thousands of races in the world each cultivate a different power system. The power of the realm, the power of the demon clan, the power of wind, the power of fire. In the end, they all originate from the Taichu power. All the techniques in the world lead to the same goal, the ninth realm said. If the power of the realm is cultivated to the limit, it is possible to recreate the Taichu power. The Taichu power? Su Yu murmured. He did not doubt it. As a mortal body, he had once mastered an extraordinary gas, the Taichu power. It could transform all things. Everything in the Taichu realm was derived from the Taichu power. Therefore, Su Yu believed in the existence of the Taichu power. There are a total of 12 people in the world who have mastered the Taichu power. The ninth realm's eyes were filled with longing. The first is the Taichu Taoist master. The second is the human ancestor. The remaining 10 are the Saint Mountain Emperors. I will be the 13th. He stared at Su Yu and chuckled. Why don't you fulfill my wish and become a part of me? With the 8 great realms combined, it will be like half of me. The reason why Su Yu's 8 great realms were not as good as the ninth realm was because his 8 great realms had been taken away by the ancient god Jolong. Su Yu was unperturbed. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. He raised his hand, and the 10,000 tribulations scythe appeared in his palm. Right now, his body was that of a stone-birth son of heaven, and he possessed boundless chaotic force. It was countless times more powerful than purely relying on the heart's blood. One could imagine how powerful the scythe of 10,000 tribulations would be. At the very least, he could easily recreate the scene of cutting off ancient god Nine Dragon's tail. Looking at the great scythe of 10,000 calamity, the ninth realm was shocked. Then, sadness appeared in his eyes. Powerful beings like us are like animals in a cage. We will be slaughtered by others. Even the pets of the Taichu Dao Lord are so pitiful. It recognized that the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations was forged by the Daotai progenitor. Although he was sad, the will in his eyes became more resolute. I must break the shackles and become like the absolute beginning. Then, I won't be afraid of the experts in this world and I can suppress everything. Roar with a loud roar, the ninth realm showed no fear. Instead, it exploded with ferocity. Su Yu did not want to fall behind. He clenched his fist, and the chaotic force of Heaven Mirror Flower flowed into the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations like spring water. After receiving the vigorous chaotic force, the handle of the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations turned into a bleak white spine. The 9 heads on it were all burning with golden light. Finally, a golden head that was the main soul revealed its true body. Its eyes opened slowly. They were cold and desolate, like a dark black hole that could annihilate everything in the world. Whoosh! 10 rays of black light were released from the 10 golden heads at the same time. Then, they intertwined and formed a terrifying beam of light that could destroy heaven and earth. It was no less powerful than the destruction of an era. Shield of the realm. The ninth realm was extremely fierce. Instead of retreating, he went against the current. 9 colored crystals appeared all over his body and connected with each other to form a gigantic shield. The beam of light that had cut off ancient god Nine Dragon's tail bombarded the crystal shield, but it only left a few cracks. Su Yu was shocked. The ninth master said that the ninth realm's strength was similar to that of ancient god Nine Dragon. Now, it seemed that the ninth realm was stronger than him. Didn't this mean that he was about to catch up with the Holy Mountain Emperor? No wonder he boasted that he wanted to evolve into a higher level of existence. It seemed that he was only one step away from that realm. The ninth realm broke through the beam of light and rushed towards Su Yu. It opened its huge mouth, ready to swallow Su Yu in one bite. In the face of great danger, Su Yu was calm as usual. He took out a stone mirror. That stone mirror was the treasure of Mirrorflower Heaven. However, it was not a real treasure. It was an illusion created by a thought. Its real power was less than 1/10,000th of the real thing. However, if it was used by Mirrorflower Heaven herself, its power might be different. He instilled the chaotic force into it, and immediately, several petals burst out from it. The petals seemed weak and light, but they made the ninth realm's eyes become more solemn. The giant mouth that was about to bite Su Yu suddenly closed. Then, it turned its head and used its body to resist the attack. Bang! With a loud noise, the petals fell on the ninth realm's crystal shield. The defense, which was already falling apart, was finally broken. Su Yu was prepared. He raised his hand and used the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations. The ninth realm snorted coldly and opened its mouth. Real realm. It spat out a huge cube formed by the fusion of the 9 great Yuan realms. It wrapped the light beam of the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations within it. After the beam of light entered it, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a sound. Real realm? Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. To be precise, it was a semi-real realm that was about to reach the level of a real realm. Just a little bit more and it would be a real realm. Crack! The pseudo-real realm shattered, and the light beam penetrated through it. However, the energy was greatly weakened, and only a small part of it bombarded the ninth realm. It was neither light nor itchy, and it could not cause any harm. Su Yu's heart sank. It was indeed difficult to deal with. He was still far from being able to tame the ninth realm. Even though he thought so, the ninth realm also felt that Su Yu was difficult to deal with. With its current strength, it could be said that apart from a few of the top chaotic heavenly clan and the Saint Mountain Emperor, it had no rivals. However, it could not deal with a small human like Su Yu. The great scythe of 10,000 tribulations and the body of Mirrorflower Heaven were extremely difficult to deal with. The ninth realm's ferocious aura was stronger. The stronger Su Yu was, the more he wanted to devour him. That way, the possibility of him achieving the body of absolute beginning would be greater. However, all of a sudden, the ninth realm's body trembled uncontrollably. Then, it retreated quietly and snorted coldly. Consider yourself lucky. The next time we meet, it will be the day of your death. Looking at the retreating ninth realm, the ninth realm said in disbelief, You actually defeated the ninth realm? Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he shook his head. I did not defeat it. It has other secrets. Let's go and chase after it. Since they were fighting, he naturally had to take advantage of its weakness. Su Yu keenly sensed that there seemed to be some problems with the ninth realm's body. Chapter 2905. Otherwise, the ninth realm wouldn't have given up on him so easily. As expected, the ninth realm's speed was greatly reduced. He stumbled and crawled in the mud. His eyes were filled with pain. The space-time swamp that was sustained by it was also fluctuating, a sign that it was about to shatter. This meant that the ninth realm had suffered a serious illness. What's going on? The ninth realm roared. It felt that its old wounds had suddenly worsened. Back then, when it was chased by the 9-star civilizations, it was not unscathed. Instead, it was heavily injured. Otherwise, how could it be willing to curl up here instead of continuing to slaughter the world? After many years of recuperation, his injuries had already stabilized and showed signs of healing. However, after fighting with Su Yu just now, all of his injuries had erupted for some unknown reason, causing his body to be in intense pain. Oh, it's acting up much faster than I thought. A tender laugh echoed in the space-time swamp. The ninth realm's expression changed. He looked into the sky and shouted, White snow! You old woman, how dare you scheme against me? It finally understood what the problem was. It was the 2 members of the Temple of Heaven who had been swallowed by it just now. They had been tricked by White Snow into coming here to die. They must have had some secret medicine on them, and when it swallowed the medicine, the white snow's eyes widened. The secret medicine took effect and triggered his old wounds. Originally, Bai Shui had been waiting for the Ninth Realm's injuries to act up on their own. It would have taken at least a few days. However, because of the battle with Su Yu, the medicine's effects had sped up, causing his old injuries to flare up prematurely. Hihi, I'm so cute. It's really hard to be happy that you call me an old woman. Crash, the sky above the swamp, which had been covered by the chaotic spacetime all year round, suddenly looked like the dark clouds had been pushed aside to reveal the bright moon. All the chaotic energy had retreated, revealing the clear sky above. A woman dressed in a snow-white robe, with snow-white hair and a petite figure like a 14-year-old girl, led a group of experts dressed in all kinds of clothes and gathered above her head like a dark cloud. The pupils of the Ninth Realm constricted. The temple master of the heavenly Tao temple and the ancient sages of the big clans, the forces of a 9-star civilization, were divided into 3 levels. They were the aristocratic families, the sacred race, and the primal chaos heavenly clan. The primal chaos heavens clan was established by the descendants of the sacred mountain. The strongest of them were known as the myriad saints, meaning that they were the strongest existences beneath the sun of heaven. Next was the sacred race. Every sacred race had an existence that had become a saint. The strongest among them was known as a great saint. Finally, there were the great clans and great clans. The peak experts of the great clans and great clans were known as ancient sages. The cultivation of an ancient sage was equivalent to that of a first-stage late-stage heavens Tao Lord. Great sages were the second level. Wn Sheng, on the other hand, was at the third level of the late stage of the Tao of Heaven. Although they all seemed to be late-stage heavenly Tao Lords, the difference in strength between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference of one level was like the difference between heaven and earth. The people before him were all ancient sages of the major powers. The most powerful one was the temple master of the Temple of Heaven, whose strength was almost at the level of a great sage. His old injury was caused by the few great sages who were chasing after him that day. If it had been in the past, it would have treated these ancient sages as nothing more than snacks. Who would have thought that white snow would somehow find out that it had an old injury, and that an expert had given it pointers to create a secret medicine that would relapse its old injury? It had even tricked 2 of its own people to come to their deaths, allowing the secret medicine to successfully enter their bodies. The most unfortunate thing was that the human race's sacred body happened to be there and fought with it, forcing the secret medicine to relapse. It did not know how much of its strength it could use now. Little dragon snake, can't you be a little more obedient and return with us? White Snow blinked. Would you rather the sacred race and the primal chaos heavens clan obtain it than give us a chance? The Ninth Realm symbolized the limits of domains. How many people desired it? If they could refine it for their own use, it would be equivalent to having the qualifications to break through to the absolute beginning body. The major powers had been suppressed by the sacred ancestor and the primal chaos heavens clan for a long time, and there were very few opportunities for them to make a comeback. However, the Ninth Realm was completely different. As long as it was refined, it could at least become a great sage. Scram. The Ninth Realm endured the pain and roared. Do you believe that I will eat all of you? Sure, White Snow said with a smile. I will give it to you as a gift. Her body trembled, and a mysterious medicinal powder fell from the sky. The Ninth Realm immediately dodged with all its might. The medicinal powder was very likely what had caused its old injuries. However, White Snow laughed. What are you afraid of? That's just pepper powder. The Ninth Realm was furious after being teased. Bastard. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? When a tiger fell to the plains, it would be bullied by a dog. It opened its mouth and spat out a 9-colored flame. It soared into the sky and covered most of the sky. Domain Extreme Flame. The Ninth Realm roared. White Snow's expression changed. She immediately spread out with everyone else, causing the Domain Extreme Flame to miss. She stared at the dissipating flames with a trace of fear in her eyes. Back then, she had personally seen the Ninth Realm's Domain Extreme Flame burn 3 great sages and 100 ancient sages to death. Even her body had a hideous burn scar that had yet to heal. Occasionally, she would feel intense pain. An epoch had passed, but her injuries were still there. Luckily, the ninth realm was not as ferocious as before. The power of the domain extreme flame was also far weaker. Otherwise, they would all have died from that flame. White snow narrowed her eyes. The surrounding ancient sages also noticed the ninth realm's weakness. Now was their only chance to kill him. The ninth realm was extremely cunning. Without waiting for them to attack, he immediately used the domain shield. White snow and the others attacked. All sorts of peak-treasured techniques and countless Tao artifacts came crashing down like a storm. Ding ding ding, the domain shield was much weaker than before, and a large number of cracks immediately appeared on it. After holding on for a moment, it shattered. Just as the attack was about to land, he once again used his pseudo-realm. However, the pseudo-realm was far weaker than when he fought Su Yu. It only lasted for a moment before it was shattered. Countless attacks landed on the ninth realm's body. His nine-colored body was immediately torn apart, and he was in great pain. White snow had a hint of suppressed excitement in her eyes. Continue. The ninth realm was a great opportunity. If they could obtain it, it would be a chance to reach the heavens in a single step. The ninth realm was furious. He roared, "I'm going to kill you all." Roar, he opened his mouth and spat out a remnant wrapped in nine-colored light. The remnant was very simple, as if someone had casually scratched it with a finger. However, that finger contained the boundless mysteries of the Great Path. Su Yu, who was watching in the dark, felt his eyebrows twitch. His heart could not help but beat faster. Not only that, but the Ultimate Ruins Divine Tablet in his arms was also vibrating. Chapter 2906. Once the remnant appeared, the dark clouds rolled back. The chaotic spacetime domain burst like bubbles. Not only that, the attacks that were aimed at the ninth realm all disappeared on their own. It was as if the remnant was the ancestor of all secret techniques. Any secret technique that encountered it would have to submit to it and become its king. Bai Shui and the other ancient sages saw that they had a chance to suppress the ninth realm, but they didn't expect the opponent to suddenly use a never-before-seen remnant. It destroyed all their attacks. However, this wasn't the scariest part. The scariest part was that they realized that all their secret techniques were useless. They even lost the ability to fly. They were like normal people. The group of ancient sages lost all their techniques and fell from the sky. Luckily, their cultivation levels were high, so their bodies were strong, so they weren't injured. However, losing all their techniques made them uneasy. Bai Shui's eyes turned. She saw that the situation wasn't good, so she turned and ran. She didn't care about the ninth realm at all. Once she left, the ancient sages lost their morale. They all turned and ran. Run! The ninth realm was ferocious as it controlled the remnant. Countless mysterious divine techniques were released from the remnant marks. Every single one of them was vast and encompassed tens of thousands of races. These were the top secret techniques of the various races that were created from the remnant. Many ancient sages lost the ability to use their secret techniques and were attacked by the top secret techniques of the various races. The consequences were obvious. In an instant, cries of pain sounded. Many ancient sages fell into pools of blood and died on the spot. Bai Shui didn't need to turn around to know what was happening. Her face was filled with fear. She didn't even dream that the ninth realm was hiding such a powerful remnant. "All of you, die, cough cough, cough cough cough." The ninth realm roared in anger. Suddenly, it started coughing violently. It coughed out a large amount of nine-colored blood. The remnant he controlled trembled uncontrollably and fell to the ground. Bai Shui and the others, who were about to escape, stopped in their tracks. They could tell that the ninth realm's remnant seemed to have caused a serious backlash. It caused its old injuries to erupt. "Ah!" The ninth realm screamed in pain. One could see the attacks from the remnant reflected in its eyes. This was the disadvantage of being the ancestor of all techniques. It had to suffer the same amount of secret techniques as it used them. In other words, it was suffering as much as the ancient sages suffered. Otherwise, if the remnant did not have any drawbacks, the ninth realm would have used it when he was fighting Su Yu. Why would he wait until he was about to die? The ninth realm warrior rolled on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was on the verge of death. He didn't even have the strength to get up. How could he still fight? Bai Shui and the others were overjoyed. The heavens are helping us. She took out a suppressive treasure and tossed it into the air, preparing to suppress the ninth realm. The ninth realm had completely lost its ability to fight back. It could only watch as it was suppressed. His eyes were filled with sorrow and unwillingness. In the end, it still failed, walking on the path of supreme being, becoming someone else's wedding dress. I can't believe it. At this moment, a beam of destructive light swept over without warning, shattering Bai Shui's treasure into dust. At the same time, a spatial domain appeared and swept the ninth domain far away. Bai Shui and the others were shocked. It has companions. Stop him. I'll go find the ninth realm. Several ancient sages charged in the direction of the light beam in anger, while Bai Shui chased after the ninth realm. At this moment, the ninth realm was holding the remnant in its mouth, looking at the source of the light beam with a complicated expression. How could it not recognize that light beam? It was Su Yu's great sickle of 10,000 calamity. I didn't expect the one who saved me to be my enemy. The ninth realm laughed mockingly, then activated its spatial domain. The spatial domain was twice as strong as Su Yu's, and the distance it could travel was beyond imagination. In a few breaths, the ninth realm was far away from Bai Shui's sensing range, quickly disappearing. Bai Shui was furious. Damn it! The ninth realm was right in front of them. Such a rare opportunity had been destroyed by a mysterious person. How could they ever find a similar opportunity in the future? This is infuriating. Bai Shui turned around angrily, returning to the scene. A group of ancient sages were surrounding a mysterious black-robed man. The latter was relying on the great sickle of 10,000 calamity and seemed invincible. Not only were they not suppressed, but they were completely suppressed. The other party clearly did not have much killing intent. Otherwise, they would have died on the spot. Seeing that Bai Shui had returned, Su Yu put away the great sickle of 10,000 calamity and immediately fled. He wanted to use the yin-yang gate of the Palace of Heaven to prevent them from becoming mortal enemies. The reason he let the ninth realm go was because he did not want it to fall into the hands of the Palace of Heaven. The ninth realm could only be obtained by Su Yu. Chase him. Bai Shui said angrily. How could she allow Su Yu to escape? Her strength was obviously higher than the other ancient sages. Su Yu could shake off the other ancient sages, but he could not shake off Bai Shui. Her movement technique was comparable to Jinhua Tianzi's body. Under such circumstances, Su Yu could only roll up his sleeves and take Wen Cheng and the ninth realm into his cavern world to prevent their appearances from being remembered. You let go of the ferocious ninth realm and helped the Avildor. The Palace of Heaven will not rest until you are dead, Bai Shui said angrily as she chased after Su Yu. Su Yu did not even turn his head. He said in a man's voice, "You don't have to be so pompous. You deceived 2 members of the Palace of Heaven to sacrifice themselves. You are not a righteous person." Bai Shui's eyes flashed. She raised her hand and took out a Dao artifact in the shape of a seal. She threw it far away. Stay here. Su Yu did not even look at it. He used the space origin realm and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of Bai Shui. Another space origin realm? What is his relationship with the ninth realm? Bai Shui was even more certain that the two were in cahoots. Su Yu frowned slightly. If he used his full strength, he could easily defeat or even kill Bai Shui. How troublesome. Su Yu's eyes flashed as he chased after the ninth realm. His original intention was to throw the ninth realm aside and reclaim it himself. However, Bai Shui was keeping a close eye on him, which seriously affected his plan. By the time he arrived, the ninth realm had already disappeared without a trace. Stupid girl. Su Yu turned around and glared at her. He stopped running and turned around to charge at her. You're in the way. Bai Shui laughed coldly. Let me see who you really are. She displayed the formidable cultivation of a peak ancient sage and took out the great seal again, pressing it toward Su Yu from afar. In an instant, the words heavenly law appeared on Su Yu's chest. Shortly after, the 2 words transformed into pitch-black chains, which tightly bound Suyu's entire body. Seeing this, Bai Shui clapped her hands and said proudly, "Mich, going against me?" She walked forward and was about to press Suyu to the ground. However, something strange happened. Chapter 2907. The black chains on Suyu's body broke apart inch by inch. How could an ordinary Dao artifact seal the body of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower? Ah! Bai Shui screamed, her petite body jumping back, trying to put some distance between them. But it was too late for her to react. Suyu grabbed her wrist and pinned her to the ground. "Let me go." Bai Shui's strength exploded as she tried to break free. But she was shocked to find that Suyu's hand was like a rock, tightly gripping her neck and pinning her to the ground. She could not resist. At this moment, Bai Shui finally realized that Suyu had been hiding his true strength. She was quick-witted and said, "I'm the palace master of the Palace of Heaven. Killing or hurting me won't do you any good." Suyu said calmly, "If I wanted to kill you, you and your companions would have died long ago." Bai Shui was relieved. "Let me go and I won't hold you accountable. Our grudges will be written off. How about that?" "Nothing," Suyu said calmly. "You were a hindrance. You let the ninth realm escape, and now you want to write it off." Hearing this, Bai Shui was furious. "Weren't you the one who was a hindrance? I was about to succeed, but you interfered and allowed the ninth realm to escape." However, she was under Suyu's control and did not dare argue. "What do you want then?" she asked. "To make it up to me, of course." Suyu touched her body. She was the palace master of the Heavenly Law Palace. She should have some extraordinary items on her. It would be great if the legendary Yin-Yang Gate was with him. "Don't touch me," Bai Shui shouted. Suyu's hand did not shy away, touching her all over. Suyu pretended not to hear her. Soon, he took out a large space storage device. Looking inside, there were all kinds of precious resources, more than what Suyu had accumulated in his entire life. In particular, there were many special Dao artifacts, similar to the ones made by the charming Empress of the Nine Serenities. He could refine them and use them. These must have been prepared for the members of the Heavenly Law Palace. In addition, there were all kinds of divine techniques, currencies, and so on. These were no longer important to Suyu. He opened his spatial storage device and poured out everything except the Dao artifacts. Looking at the mountain of items, White Snow was both angry and furious, but more than that, she felt that it was strange. Suyu poured out almost everything, including the high-level divine techniques and secret techniques unique to the Heavenly Law Palace. It must be known that many people had begged them for these secret techniques, but none of them had been able to obtain them. Suyu, on the other hand, had actually given up on them. What was he thinking? Wasn't that a little silly? How could she have known that Suyu had mastered the Ultimate Ruins Divine Stele, which recorded all the supreme divine techniques of the myriad clans in the world? Why would he care about her collection? Unexpectedly, however, White Snow did not make a sound. Instead, she looked as if she was humiliated but did not dare to say anything. Unexpectedly, Suyu slapped her butt and said, "There's still a hidden space storage device. Hand it over." Bai Shui felt as if she had been electrocuted. "Didn't you get everything?" There was a trace of panic in the depths of his eyes. "These are just ordinary space storage devices. There's nothing valuable in them," Suyu said calmly. "You're not going to tell me that you left all your valuables in the Heavenly Law Palace, are you?" The more powerful a person was, the more they liked to carry their valuables with them. Because their own tyrannical strength was the best insurance. "No." Bai Shui clenched her teeth. She had thought that Suyu would be satisfied with the space storage artifact. In the end, Suyu was an experienced robber. He could tell with one look that there was another special space storage artifact. "Oh." Suyu nodded, grabbing her pink clothes and tearing them apart. "Ah. What are you doing?" Bai Shui screamed, instinctively resisting, but was pressed to the ground by Suyu, unable to move. Suyu did not say a word. He tore off all of her clothes and stripped her naked, revealing her entire body. Then, as expected, he saw a crystal gem embedded in her chest. It was a small space storage device made from or unique to the Nine-Star civilization. The space inside was only the size of a bag, and the items it could store were extremely limited. What was valuable was that the crystal gem was indestructible and required a special spell to activate. External forces could not break it open. Pervert, shameless, bastard. Bai Shue's hands were in front of her chest, but she could not protect the gem, and the gem could not be protected. Her hands moved back and forth, unable to protect the gem. Behave yourself. Su Yu slapped her hand away and unceremoniously took the gemstone from her chest. He said indifferently, "Who asked you to chase after me?" Bai Shue wanted to cry. If she could go back in time, she would definitely stay as far away from Su Yu as possible. Why would she chase him? But Bai Shue was not particularly worried. The gem was indestructible, and Su Yu had no use for it. Su Yu held the gem in his palm and looked at it seriously. It's a bit like the half-real realm. And there was only one way to deal with the half-real realm. The 8 Great Realms. Even the half-real realm could not escape the support of the 8 Great Realms. As long as the 8 Great Realms were destroyed, the half-real realm would collapse on its own. It's good that you know, don't waste your effort. Bai Shue snorted. Let me tell you, I will definitely not reveal any spells. I can guarantee it with my life. Even if you torture me, I will not say a word. Instead of wasting time, why don't you return it to me and tell me what you want? The Heavenly Law Palace might be able to help you. Su Yu's palm paused. I want the Yin-Yang Gate. Can you give it to me? The Yin-Yang Gate. Bai Shue blinked and nodded. No problem. Absolutely. Su Yu sighed. Don't blink when you're lying. I didn't blink. Bai Shue blinked, then opened her eyes. I'm not lying. So you can't give me the Yin-Yang Gate, right? Su Yu asked. He released the 8 Great Realms under Bai Shue's stunned gaze. He used his own Great Realms to resonate with the 8 Great Realms within the gem. Crack, the 8 Great Realms quickly crumbled, and the gem naturally shattered. A ball of space energy surged from within. There were 3 items wrapped within the backpack-sized space. One was an antique wooden seal, with an aura of vicissitudes circulating around it. It had existed for a very long time. 4 words were clearly carved on the seal, Seal of the Heavenly Law Palace. This was the seal that symbolized the master of the Heavenly Law Palace. Good stuff, I want it. Su Yu grabbed the seal of the Heavenly Law Palace and stuffed it into his space storage device. Chapter 2908. You can take anything but this, she exclaimed. Really? Su Yu took out another item from the space. It was a stone statue filled with a thick aura of chaos. Countless words were written on the base of the stone statue. Su Yu did not know what it was, but he knew that it was definitely something good. Take it. Ah. Don't take this, I'll die. Bai Shue begged. Su Yu's face tightened. Didn't you say that I could take anything? Only this, Bai Shue said. Su Yu shook his head. You never make sense of anything you say. Just now you said that only the seal could not be taken away, and now you're saying that only the stone statue could not be taken away. From this, it can be seen that everything here can be taken away. Bai Shue was trembling with anger. What kind of robber's logic was this to come to such a ridiculous conclusion? So, the last item can be taken away, right? Su Yu asked. Bai Shue shook her head. Absolutely not. Su Yu reached out and took it out. Don't say things that go against your heart. If you want me to take it away, just say so. Isn't it better to be honest? Ah. Shameless pervert. Bai Shue clawed at the ground in anger. Su Yu said nonchalantly, I'm not as shameless as you. He loosened his grip and threw it to the side as if he was throwing away trash. He waved his hand and said, all right, let's go. Bai Shue looked at Su Yu's space storage artifact, biting her lip. Each of those 3 items was of utmost importance and could not be lost. If you really want to take it away, you might as well kill me, she said as she picked up the clothes on the ground, barely wrapping them around her body. Su Yu weighed the last item in his hand. It looked like an ordinary Dao artifact, but in reality, it was no less powerful than the sinful sword. But the most important thing was not the Dao artifact itself, but the fact that it was a letter. The words on it were the most important. No matter how rich a 9-star civilization was, They could not use a Tao artifact on the level of the sinful sword to send messages. If you can answer one of my questions, I can return this to you, Su Yu said with a glint in his eyes. Bai Shui rolled her eyes. What is it? She also attached great importance to that Tao artifact. What I want to know is how to obtain the yin-yang gate of the Heavenly Law Palace, Su Yu asked. Unfortunately, White Snow didn't have the yin-yang gate. Don't try to deceive me. It's meaningless. Bai Shui thought for a while and said, there's no other way. The yin-yang gate is in the hands of the Grand Hall Master. Outsiders can't even touch it. And the Grand Hall Master? As if sensing Su Yu's doubt, Bai Shui said, you don't think that all the previous palace masters of the Heavenly Law Palace are dead, do you? Su Yu came to a sudden realization. A 9-star civilization could not be compared to an 8-star civilization. There was no such thing as an apocalypse. A living being could live for several epochs. After countless accumulations, it was entirely possible for the Temple of Heaven to have more than 2 temple masters. From White Snow's tone, it seemed like there was more than one Grand Hall Master. How's his power? Su Yu asked. If there was no other way, he could only kill his way to the Temple of Heaven and rob the yin-yang gate. Why? Do you think you can press them to the ground and rob them of everything like I did? Bai Shui said angrily. They are all ancient saints. Furthermore, every one of them has befriended many great saints. All you have to do is send a message and great saints will come immediately. Even though your power is not bad, in front of a great saint, it's honestly not enough. Su Yu could use the great sickle of 10,000 calamity to fight a peak ancient saint. But it might not be the same for a great saint. The Temple of Heaven had existed for such a long time that it naturally had a wide network of people. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Neither would it work. Would it be like this for the rest of his life? It's really difficult to use the yin-yang gate. Su Yu fell into deep thought. Ah, you just want to use it? Bai Shui made a fuss. Su Yu rolled his eyes. What else could I do? Bai Shui rolled her eyes and stared at the item in Su Yu's hand. Who would have thought that someone as greedy as you would only want to use it and not take it for yourself? Su Yu understood the hidden meaning in her words. Tell me, how do you use the yin-yang gate? Bai Shui clapped her hands. Actually, it's very simple. The Temple of Heaven distributes a few missions to the outside world every year. As long as you complete them, you will receive a reward. You can convert the reward into using the yin-yang gate. The two do not conflict. But the prerequisite is that you have your own faction, which has to be at least at the level of a large clan. Otherwise, a faction with a lower level wouldn't even have the right to accept the mission. Su Yu was suddenly enlightened. My own faction? It looked like he still had to reorganize the many factions in the abandoned civilization. That way, he could quickly expand his own strength and reach the level of a large clan. All right, I'll return this to you, Su Yu said, keeping his promise. Bai Shui was delighted, laughing to herself. What a fool, this item is even more important than the other two. However, his face stiffened shortly after because Su Yu had said something else. Anyway, I also have a share. With a wave of his hand, another invitation appeared in his palm. The two were exactly the same. You dare to fake something like this? Bai Shui's jaw dropped. No, you probably don't know where this invitation came from, do you? I know, isn't it just an invitation from a saint clan? Su Yu looked at the Tao artifact in his hand. With a touch of his palm, a ray of 9-colored light pulsed inside, and the words inside appeared. Oh! It's an invitation from a saint clan of craftsmen to witness the birth of the absolute heaven sword. Pater, Bai Shui was dumbfounded. She was so shocked that she dropped the Tao artifact in her hand. You can actually activate the words inside, she said in a daze. Su Yu asked, why, is it that difficult? He looked carefully and realized, is this the power of the saint body? Within the 9-colored light, there was a hint of the power of the saint body. How did you do it? Bai Shui was shocked. I obtained the invitation by accident, but neither I nor the palace grand masters could open the Tao artifact and read its contents. The only thing we know is that the invitation probably came from the famous sword saint clan of the 9-star civilizations. The Sword Saint clan is ranked third among the Saint clans. They are extremely powerful, and their overall strength is close to that of the Chaotic Heavens clan. Their invitation is no small matter. But how did you open it? Suyu knew that he could open it because he also had the Saint body. The power of the Saint body contained within resonated with him, and he opened the letter. Chapter 2909. Bai Shui moved closer and looked at Suyu again. Are you Hu Yi from one of the Saint clans? All the invitations are only given to the Saint clans. The most suspicious thing was that Suyu's strange magical powers were too powerful. He had single-handedly suppressed her and a group of ancient sages, and she had fallen into his hand. In the 9-star civilizations, such a young and powerful person could only be the Hu Yi of the Saint clans. Guess. Even if you guess correctly, I won't tell you, Suyu said without hesitation. Bai Shui's cheeks puffed up. There's nothing likable about you. That's right, every single hair on your body is annoying. Thank you for the compliment, Suyu replied absent-mindedly. In his heart, he was pondering where the Sacred Sword Tribe's invitation letter came from. Didn't they say that the Sacred Sword Clan and the Sacred Mountain Emperor were each other's nemesis? Those who could kill the Sacred Mountain Emperor must have the Sacred Body. Those who could kill the Sacred Mountain Emperor must be the Sacred Mountain Emperor. If the Sacred Sword Clan had the Sacred Sword Clan, why would the Sacred Mountain Emperor be so indifferent? The 9-star civilizations were under the watchful eyes of the Sacred Mountain Emperor, and the Chaotic Heavenly Clan was everywhere. The existence of the Sacred Sword Clan should not have been able to hide it. Moreover, the invitation contained the Sacred Sword Clan's Sacred Sword Clan did not intend to hide it. Hey, tell me. Bai Shui rolled her eyes, not intending to leave. Instead, she was extremely curious. Even her tone was much better, and her attitude was no longer nasty. You want to know? Suyu looked at her. She nodded repeatedly and blinked her large eyes. Hurry up and tell me, she said coquettishly. Suyu chuckled. Old woman, don't pretend to be a little girl. It's better for us to be more practical. Bai Shui looked 14 years old, but she was actually an old monster who had lived for many years. Suyu's seniority was not even comparable to Hu Yi's. Practical? Sure. Bai Shui smiled, letting go of her tattered clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. She said coquettishly, what do you want to be more practical? Suyu turned a blind eye to it. After all, he had already stripped her naked just now and had seen everything he wanted to see. So, what could possibly attract him now that she had revealed a little? What I am talking about is this. Suyu waved the fake invitation in his hand. You are very concerned about this invitation. I think you don't just want to witness the birth of the Absolute Heaven Sword, right? This white snow was extremely cunning. For her to be so serious about the Sword Saint clan's invitation, there had to be great benefits. Bai Shui averted her eyes. What's in it? Suyu shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Holding his forged invitation, he stood up and said, Fine, I'll go by myself. Bai Shui panicked. She did have an invitation, but she had to activate it, just like Suyu had done just now. Suyu was the only one known to be able to undo the invitation. Sigh. Fine, I'll tell you. Bai Shui stomped her foot unwillingly. With Suyu's unrelenting attitude, he would probably take more than half of the benefit. Before the birth of the Absolute Heaven Sword, an era's worth of pure energy will leak out. We, as visitors, have the right to obtain a portion. With this energy, I might even be able to break through to the Great Saint level. Indeed, there were great benefits to be had. No wonder Bai Shui valued it so highly. The further one cultivated, the more difficult it would be to progress. Normal treasures had almost lost their effect on the master of the heaven law. Only items with great energy could satisfy the need for a breakthrough. Suyu's eyes glowed. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? Even though it would be difficult to become an ancient saint in one step, he would at least be one step closer to becoming an ancient saint. All right, farewell. Suyu elegantly turned around and left. What? Bai Shui's eyes widened. You're not planning to bring me along? She said, waving the invitation in her hand. Did I say I would bring you along? Suyu asked. Ah. Bai Shui was going crazy. Su Yu was too shameless. She had already told him the truth, but he was still acting shamelessly. You're not allowed to leave, or I'll kill myself in front of you. She pounced forward and hugged Su Yu's thigh. Su Yu chuckled. Give me a reason to bring you along. The famous sword sacred tribe only recognizes the invitation, not the person. I can go alone without any problems, Bai Shui hurriedly said. But I am the palace master of the Heavenly Law Palace. Following me would be safer. Su Yu disagreed. Safer? The people going are all sacred tribe members. What use would you be if you went with the identity of the Heavenly Law Palace? Bai Shui was speechless. She really was useless. Farewell. Su Yu turned to leave. Wait. You need someone to lead the way, right? Bai Shui blurted out in a panic. Su Yu stopped in his tracks. He really did need someone to lead the way. He had no idea where the famous sword sacred tribe was. All right, that's a good reason. Su Yu nodded. Bai Shui was stunned, looking at Su Yu in a daze. So many reasons had been defeated by a mere reason to lead the way. She felt that her brain was lacking, unable to keep up with Su Yu's train of thought. Then wait a moment, I'll comfort my companions. Bai Shui looked at Su Yu. Su Yu nodded. Go. Bai Shui immediately returned to her original spot. A group of ancient sages from the great clans were healing and cleaning up the mess. This time, they had suffered heavy casualties. More than half of the 20 ancient sages who had come with them had been killed by the Ninth Realm's remnant scars. The rest had been injured by Su Yu. Palace Master of the Heavenly Law Palace, you have to take responsibility for this operation. One of the injured elders had half his body covered in water and the other half in fire. He said this meaningfully as he healed his injuries. As soon as he said this, the rest of the people began to complain. That's right. You were the one who said that the Ninth Realm was heavily injured and that we had absolute confidence in subduing it. But what happened in the end? We hid it from the Supreme Palace Master and our clansmen to secretly come to help you, but we still caused such heavy casualties. Bai Shui did not refute the crowd's accusations. She silently accepted them all. She waited until they were done blaming her before saying in a low voice, I will compensate you for this incident. You can rest assured that I will not shirk responsibility. Just as they had said, this operation had been kept secret from the outside world. They had not expected it to cause such heavy casualties. The 20 or so ancient sages from the great clans all had deep ties with the Palace of Heavenly Law. Because of her decision, they had suffered such heavy losses. There would be no small amount of trouble in the future. Compensate? How? That's easy for you to say. The half-fire, half-water elder sneered. For this operation, our sacrifices are immeasurable. Chapter 29:10. Bai Shui bit her red lips and said, to tell you the truth, I'm going to a place this time to get enough primordial energy for you, even if it costs me my life. It'll be enough to make up for the damage you've suffered, as well as the fallen ancient saints. Primordial energy? The pupils of the fire and water elders shrank. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? The fire and water elders questioned. In today's 9-star civilizations, the wilderness that still contains primordial energy has long been dug clean. Only the Holy Clan and the chaotic Heavenly Clan might still have some. Where are you going to get primordial energy for us? Bai Shui raised her fingers and said, I swear to the Palace of Heaven that I will bring it back for you. If I can't, I'll never come back. Only then did the ancient saints finally believe her. Swearing to the Palace of Heaven was no small matter. If she broke her promise, it was likely that the punishment would come true. That was, never to come back. All right, we'll believe you for now. We'll keep the matter here a secret and not let the Supreme Palace Master know. Then we'll wait for the good news from the Palace Master. The fire and water elders were all smiles. If she could really bring back enough primordial energy, what would her injuries amount to? She might even be able to break through to the great saint level. Bai Shui nodded and immediately went to meet up with Su Yu. Su Yu seemed to be sitting on a rock casually, but there were 2 eyes turning in his palm. They were looking at the place where Bai Shui had been. I'm back. I was afraid you'd run away. Bai Shui had changed into a snow-white dress again, making her petite and exquisite body look like a little princess of the royal family. Suyu calmly closed his palm. When he opened it again, the eyes had disappeared. "What have you been doing for so long?" Suyu stood up and asked casually. Bai Shui laughed. "What do you think I could do? I'm a bad person, of course I'm up to no good. Why, are you afraid?" She waved her small fist and snorted. Suyu looked at her meaningfully and said indifferently, "Lead the way." Bai Shui withdrew her fist in confusion. "That's not right. Shouldn't this guy talk back and make me angry? Why did he suddenly change?" Even though she was confused, it was better that Suyu didn't cause her trouble. Half a day later, regardless of whether it was Suyu and the others or the ancient saints of the great clans, all of them had left the scene, leaving behind only the aftermath of the battle. The space-time swamp, which was once known as one of the forbidden areas of the Nine-Star civilizations, had been completely destroyed by the remnant of the Heavenly Law Master. Soon after, a group of stone men rushed over, including the black-robed leader who had issued the order to arrest Wen Cheng. Staring at the traces of battle on the ground, the black-robed leader's expression changed. What happened here? There were some traces of battle left behind, and it was so terrifying that it made people shudder. Did the two people who faked the official documents die inside? The black-robed leader was still brooding over the fact that Suyu was able to block the petrification of the golden giant boulder. A group of people searched around. After a long time, they shook their heads. "We didn't find the bodies of the girl and her companions." How troublesome. The black-robed leader had a cold look in his eyes. Lord Cheongqi just emphasized that we need to tighten the checks at the entrance, yet two people with fake documents came in. His confidant rolled his eyes and said, "Sir, why are you worried? It's just two people who came in. It has nothing to do with the overall situation. Lord Cheongqi might not know about it." The black-robed leader was silent for a long time. Then, he sighed deeply and said, "I hope so. I hope that the black-robed person will not affect Lord Cheongqi's plan." In a faraway, dilapidated civilization, a tragic scene was unfolding in a dilapidated civilization that was emitting a weak glow. Numerous flying doctrine artifacts with skull flags were flying over the dilapidated civilization like locusts passing by. Mysterious people with skull marks on their chests jumped down from the flying doctrine artifacts. The Skull Team. When the strong fighters of the civilization discovered the identity of the newcomers, they were filled with despair. The Skull Team was a ghost that wandered in the dilapidated civilization. They would appear at any time and harvest the entire dilapidated civilization. They would kill all the men, abduct all the women, and rob all the resources. Wherever they passed, the dilapidated civilization would be destroyed. Over the years, many dilapidated civilizations had fallen victim to them. As the strong fighters of the dilapidated civilization looked at the Skull Team that was descending upon them, they were filled with despair. In their despair, they were ready to fight to the death. The Wave Sky civilization swears not to surrender. As the 6 shouts came from the dilapidated civilization, 6 Heavenly Law Lord middle stage experts soared into the sky. They fought against the Skull Team that was descending like a storm. Although they were powerful, how could they be a match for the Skull Team that was terror-stricken? After struggling for a while, they began to scream miserably. The rest of the powerhouses were quickly defeated, and they ended up being injured. I've long heard that the Wave Sky civilization is the strongest dilapidated civilization among the 1,000 nearby dilapidated civilizations. Now that I've seen it for myself, it really doesn't live up to its name. Ha ha ha. They are all trash that can't even withstand a single blow. I alone can sweep through the Wave Sky civilization. Brothers, the women and resources of the Wave Sky civilization are all yours. Kill. The Skull Team descended like a dark cloud, giving all living beings endless despair. However, at this moment, a deep sigh came from the depths of the Wave Sky civilization. Skull Team, I don't want to bother with you. Why must you force me to take action? With a cold snort, the ground of the Wave Sky civilization split open. A white-robed old man slowly walked out from the ground. His aura was calm, but every move he made contained a majestic power that could affect the heavens and earth. The Skull Team members that were about to descend retreated frantically, their faces filled with shock. Ah! Old Ancestor Lan Tien? The expressions of the Skull Team members changed drastically. Old Ancestor Lan Tien was the ancestor of the Wave Sky civilization. He was also the guardian of this dilapidated civilization. However, since half an era ago, he had never appeared again. Many rumors said that he had already died. Because of this, the Skull Team dared to attack. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Old Ancestor Lan Tien's plain white robe fluttered even though there was no wind. With a glare, thousands of skeleton members immediately turned into a mist of blood, and half of the sky was dyed red. Then, he swiped his finger in the sky, and a string of Skull Team members were crushed into pieces. The powerful Skull Team was like ants in front of Old Ancestor Lan Tien, and they were massacred. All the living beings of the Wave Sky civilization rejoiced. Old Ancestor Lan Tien. Old Ancestor is immortal. Just as Old Ancestor Lan Tien was slaughtering the Skull Team, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from one of the ships. Ancient Sage Realm, Old Ancestor Lan Tien. We haven't seen each other for half an era, but you've still broken through to this stage. Chapter 29:11. He couldn't help but say, Didn't you die in battle? That voice made the powerful and invincible Ancestor Lan Tien panic. He stopped slaughtering and looked at the ship without blinking. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes that the person in the ship was not the one he had imagined. Hee. The skeleton ship shook, and a man wearing a skull mask appeared at the bow of the ship. Only a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen under the mask. Seeing him, the last trace of hope in Ancestor Lan Tien's heart was completely shattered, and he couldn't help but gasp. Gari Tien Mo. Gari Tien Mo was the most mysterious and powerful leader of the Skull Team. His strength was unfathomable. At least, he was already invincible when they besieged him back then. The people of the world only knew that the Skull Unit was invincible, destroying civilizations after civilizations, but they did not know that in truth, half an era ago, the top experts of the broken civilizations had secretly assassinated the leader of the Skull Unit, Gari Tien Mo. In that battle, many experts of the broken civilization, including Ancestor Lan Tien, were severely injured. Most of the participants died in Gari Tien Mo's hands, and only a few of them survived, but they were also seriously injured. Ancestor Lan Tien didn't come out for half a century because he was healing. However, what he didn't expect was that Gari Tien Mo, who they had sacrificed countless people to kill back then, was still alive. He clearly remembered that they couldn't kill Gari Tien Mo in time. Why was he still alive? It seems you still remember me. Gari Tien Mo jumped off the warship and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His body fell down. When he fell in front of Divine Ancestor Lan Tien, he suddenly stopped and stared at Divine Ancestor Lan Tien with a pair of blood-red eyes. Have you thought about how to die? Divine Ancestor Lan Tien's heart jumped. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and spat out a folded yellow paper talisman. This was his strongest offensive magic treasure, and he'd always concealed it within his mouth for the sake of giving his enemy a strike of surprise when he encountered a formidable enemy that he couldn't resist. It was this paper talisman that gave Gari Tien Mo a heavy blow and decided the final outcome of that battle. This time, even if Gari Tien Mo was on guard, it was enough to trap him for a while and buy him time to escape. However, what shocked Divine Ancestor Lan Tien was that Gari Tien Mo had easily crushed the talisman paper with a simple grab. You probably misunderstood my current realm, Gari Tien Mo said lightly. He opened his palm, and a cloud of powder flew into the air. Divine Ancestor Lan Tien's pupils constricted, and he turned around and fled without hesitation. The current covering heaven demon was several times stronger than before. If he had been at Ancient Sage Pinnacle in the past, then he should be at. Divine Ancestor Lan Tien didn't get very far before Gari Tien Mo appeared in front of her with a single step. His eyes were cold as he said, "Since you don't want to choose how to die, let me choose for you." His blood-red eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared hard. Divine Ancestor Lan Tien screamed and turned into a mist of blood. A transparent soul body escaped from the blood mist. But as soon as it moved, it was grabbed by Gari Tien Mo and then thrown into its mouth, eating it alive. Sacred Ancestor Lan Tien perished just like that, leaving behind a group of beings from the Lan Tien civilization who were filled with despair and disbelief. Their guardian god died just like that. Gari Tianmo stared coldly at the beings on the ground and said indifferently, "Destroy." Immediately, countless of the Skull Unit's experts flew down without any hesitation and started a one-sided massacre. 1 month later, the Lan Tian civilization became a sea of blood, and rotten corpses were everywhere. All the resources and women of the civilization were plundered. Gari Tianmo slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, "The next civilization, Heavenly Saint." Back then, the Heavenly Saint civilization had participated in the assassination of him. Now, he had to take revenge. But suddenly, a message came. Gari Tianmo casually grabbed the message in his palm. His soul scanned, and his blood-red eyes flashed. Then, he immediately commanded the skeleton unit to go somewhere. When they arrived at a broken civilization, Gari Tianmo flew down and saw a beautiful woman trapped in a water droplet on a desolate mountain peak. She was none other than Xiao Yang. Splash! The water droplet shattered, and the water condensed into a human figure. It was the members of the skeleton unit who had attacked the broken civilization. "Greetings, leader," the person said immediately after appearing. Gari Tianmo looked at Xiao Yang and said indifferently, "You said that the 2 guardians were killed." It turned out that the 3 people with this person were guardians of the skeleton unit. They were ordered to go to the Haotian civilization to see how the skeleton unit's tamed demonic beasts were doing. Who would have thought that they would not return and meet with misfortune? Of course, Gari Tianmo was not concerned about the guardians' lives, but about the demonic beasts. "Yes, they were killed by an unknown black-robed person," the guardian said sadly. "Please help us, leader." Gari Tianmo said calmly, "So, those demonic beasts have fallen into this person's hands?" "Yes, when we rushed over, they had already taken them. We tried our best." Gari Tianmo nodded slowly. Thank you." He reached out and patted the black-robed person's shoulder lightly. But with just a light pat, the black-robed person did not even have time to scream before he turned into a pile of sand. Xiao Yang, who had just climbed up, screamed when she saw this scene. She hurriedly covered her mouth and stared at Gari Tianmo in fear. She did not even dare to breathe. Gari Tianmo said calmly, "I don't like people who make excuses for failure." He turned to look at Xiao Yang. "Where is that person?" Xiao Yang did not dare to hide anything. She hurriedly said, "He's in a small broken civilization next to the Haotian civilization." "Please don't kill me, sir." Gari Tianmo frowned slightly. Are there any decent broken civilizations in that civilization? Although his protectors weren't very strong, they weren't weak either. To be able to kill them, they were definitely not weak. Moreover, they could subdue all the demonic beast. Xiao Yang's body trembled. "I'm not lying." Gari Tianmo looked at Xiao Yang and smiled. "Lead the way." He grabbed Xiao Yang onto the warship and said, "Change of target. Next destination, the Haotian civilization." Ah! The members of the skeleton unit were shocked. Why did they suddenly change targets? Gari Tianmo had hated the Heavenly Saint civilization for a long time. "It's been too long since someone dared to challenge me," Gari Tianmo murmured. He raised his finger and pointed at the dark, abandoned civilization. A terrifying jet-black light pierced through the darkness and destroyed everything in its path. The destructive shockwave that reverberated through the heavens and earth was not something that an ancient sage could release. He was already a great sage. Chapter 29:12. The dilapidated civilization was completely unaware that an evil and powerful dark cloud was slowly looming over. At the same time, in the distant 9-star civilization, Su Yu and Bai Shui disguised themselves and arrived at the territory of the Sword Sacred Tribe. The Sword Sacred Tribe was located in the oldest battlefield of the 9-star civilization, the Burial Battlefield. Rumor had it that this was the place where the Holy Mountain Emperor and the Absolute Beginning creatures fought fiercely. Generations of Absolute Beginning creatures had fought against the Holy Mountain, and this place had always been a battleground. In the previous era, when the Yuan ancestor had led the Absolute Beginning creatures to sweep across the battlefield, a terrible war had broken out here. It was said that the Yuan ancestor had used the life cauldron to sink half of the battlefield, leaving behind a terrifying pit called the Black Abyss. The skeletons that had been buried for countless eras were slowly awakened under the influence of the life cauldron. Those resurrected creatures were super experts who had participated in the war between the Holy Mountain and the absolute beginning creatures. The skeletons had survived for countless years. Now that they were resurrected, one could imagine how powerful they were. Rumor had it that every full moon, a huge, terrifying projection would appear from the black abyss. The projection would cover the sun, moon, and stars, stepping on the nine-star civilization. Wherever the projection shrouded, the creatures would be anxious for 3 days and 3 nights. The plants would wither, and the sun, moon, and stars would dim. An era had passed, but the projection had not disappeared. Instead, it had become more solid. Every full moon, it would appear in the vast world, covering the land of the nine-star civilization. Some people guessed that it was an ancient absolute beginning creature. Its power was probably second only to the Yuan ancestor. It must have been an existence that could fight against the Holy Mountain Emperor. Now that it had died for countless eras, it still held a deep hatred for the Holy Mountain. However, the world had been washed over by countless eras, and civilizations had collapsed countless times. The ancient history had long been lost, and no one had recorded it. No one knew who the owner of the projection was. On this day. This is the burial battlefield. Bai Shui stared at the desolate ancient battlefield, her face full of shock. As far as the eye could see, there were skeletons half buried in the ground and various weapons protruding from the ground. After countless years of erosion, the weapons had decayed. The skeletons had lost their color and were weathering. If we cross the burial battlefield, we can reach the sword sacred tribe. Bai Shui looked at the battlefield cautiously. Su Yu nodded, but he did not take a step forward. Instead, he flicked his finger. A ray of light fell on the battlefield in front of him. In the end, a powerful ripple spread out from the ground of the battlefield and completely crushed the light. You're quite cautious. It's hard to harm you. Bai Shui shook her head. This light was the remnant power emitted by the countless corpses and weapons buried here. After settling here for so many years, it formed a layer of something similar to a protective membrane. Anything that came into contact with it would be destroyed instinctively by the residual power. Of course, it wasn't dangerous for Su Yu, and he would just feel a little uncomfortable. However, he didn't expect that Su Yu would be so cautious. Su Yu replied calmly, "Is there even a need to think about it? There are so many skeletons and corpses here, but no one has excavated them for so many years. There must be something unusual here. These corpses and weapons belonged to ancient experts. How could anyone not be tempted? However, they were still the same as before. There must be a reason for this, which was why Su Yu was being more cautious. Sigh. I can't trick you. Let's go." A wisp of the Heavenly Law Master's power appeared beneath Bai Shui's feet as she stepped into the air. Visible to the naked eye, a series of ripples continuously rippled under her feet. That was the result of the aftershocks attacking her. However, she was so powerful that the remnant power couldn't harm her. Su Yu looked into the depths of the battlefield. None of the people who could enter the Sword Saint tribe were weaklings. They were all the strongest in the world. Su Yu nodded and stepped onto the battlefield. He didn't use any power, but the remnant power attacking the soles of his feet couldn't cause any harm. What a monster, Bai Shui muttered. To be able to cross the burial sky battlefield without relying on his own power like Su Yu did, he must be a great saint or above. Even as a peak ancient saint, she wouldn't dare cross the burial sky battlefield like that. You talk too much, Su Yu said calmly. He was about to walk forward when he suddenly looked back. Bai Shui also felt it. Her pupils shrank as she looked back. She immediately landed and pulled Su Yu to the side. She even lowered her head, not daring to look at the newcomer. "Don't look," she whispered. Su Yu didn't act rashly. He looked away after a quick glance. It seemed to be a blood-red palanquin. It was carried by 4 golden skeletons. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached them and passed by. When they came into contact, Su Yu smelled a thick stench of blood. He also felt an extremely terrifying gaze sweeping past the two of them. It was a very cold feeling that made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, he felt as if he had been seen through. Fortunately, the blood-red palanquin didn't stop. It went straight into the burial sky battlefield. But when Suyu looked over, he couldn't help but be surprised to find that the 4 golden skeletons were moving forward without touching the ground. The remnant power of the battlefield had no effect on them. If what Bai Shui said was true, then the 4 golden skeletons were all great saints. If the palanquin was carried by 4 great saints, then the person in the palanquin, just thinking about it made Suyu serious. It seemed that the appearance of the absolute heaven sword of the famous Sword Saint clan had attracted countless powerful fighters. Bai Shui let out a long sigh of relief. Phew! How terrifying! To think that we would meet the old demon Shui here. Suyu asked, "Is the old demon Shui a great saint?" Bai Shui shook her head. "Not just a great saint. He ranks in the top 100 among the great saints." "Only in the top 100? That was still a far cry from the 3rd-ranked famous Sword Saint clan." Seeing Suyu's disapproval, Bai Shui said, "Although the old demon Shui's ranking is not very high, he is definitely the most dangerous great saint to us ancient saint. Because of his cultivation, he often needs to capture ancient saints to eat. Countless ancient saints have been harmed by him." Suyu was slightly shocked. There was such an evil cultivator in the 9-star civilization as well. But is there no one to deal with him? Suyu asked. The 9th Realm's massacre in the 9-star civilization had attracted the pursuit of countless powerful fighters. There was no reason for the old demon Shui to be safe. Bai Shui shrunk her neck. Who would dare provoke the old demon Shui? He is cruel and vengeful by nature. He is also proficient in blood techniques. There is no way to kill him, Bai Shui said. In the past, countless great saints tried to kill him, but what was the result? Every time they thought they had killed the old demon Shui, he would come back to life and take revenge on them one by one. Those who encircled him are all dead now. Chapter 29:13. In terms of strength, old demon Shui might not be the strongest. But in terms of ferocity, few great saints could match him. Other great saints would not bother with ordinary people unless it was necessary, but old demon Shui was different. Anyone who offended him, no matter how strong or weak, would seek revenge. That was why everyone was afraid of him. They were afraid of provoking him unintentionally. That was why Bai Shui was so afraid of him. Even old demon Shui is here. How could the other great saints be absent? Bai Shui smiled bitterly. She realized that she had been too naive. She had thought that deciphering the invitation would give her access to the primordial energy. She had even been perverted in front of the ancient saints. She could definitely make it up to them. Perhaps her words had come true, and she was really going to die here. Suyu had a feeling that the difficulty this time was not as optimistic as Bai Shui had predicted. There would definitely be many great saints present. Their goal should also be the primordial energy. One could imagine how intense the competition would be. But Suyu was not as pessimistic as Bai Shui. So what if there were many strong fighters? He might be able to find an opportunity in the cracks. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. But I must go to the Sword Saint clan. Despite her fear, Bai Shui did not forget her promise. Suyu praised her in his heart, expressionlessly saying, "Don't worry, we will definitely find something." In the next 3 days, the two of them traversed the burial battlefield, seeing countless remnants of ancient battlefields along the way. They continued until they reached the side of a gigantic pit. The pit was boundless, with no end in sight. Just as the rumors had said, half of the burial battlefield had been smashed by the human ancestor with the life cauldron, becoming the famous Black Abyss. Standing at the edge of the Black Abyss, looking down into the bottomless abyss, it gave one an unsuppressible sense of fear. It was as if there was an ancient being inside that could devour anyone who passed by at any time. Suyu, who had mastered the 8 elements, could clearly feel that there was something inhuman moving in the depths of the Black Abyss. No. Not only was there something inhuman, but there were also living beings within. There seems to be a sound inside. Bai Shui finally sensed it, staring straight into the depths of the Black Abyss. The sound seemed to be getting closer and closer. Both of them retreated cautiously, and when they were about 10,000 feet away, a cloud of black mist erupted from the dark abyss. 2 living beings hurriedly escaped from the black mist. Their bodies were covered in blood, and one of them was even more horrifying. His chest had been pierced through by a jet-black bone claw, and blood was flowing non-stop. However, he still came to the surface with determination. His companion's injuries were much better, but his strength was exhausted and his movements were slow. Crack, within the black mist, the sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard. Taking a closer look, they were all densely packed skeletons. There was an extremely ancient aura lingering on these skeletons, and they were at least existences that surpassed an epoch. They were strangely shaped, and their eyes flickered with crimson flames, indicating that they had a weak intelligence. Although they were skeletons, their movements were extremely fast. With layers of afterimages, he arrived in front of them. The pitch-black bone claws turned into extremely sharp blades and slashed at their necks. RDA, run! The one who had his chest pierced was a middle-aged man with coarse skin. He pushed away the young man, who was relatively well injured. The sharp blade landed on the middle-aged man's shoulder, almost cutting off half of his shoulder. Ah! The middle-aged man groaned and fell into a pool of blood, struggling with great difficulty. The young man looked back and decisively gave up on him, fleeing immediately. Several skeletons chased after him at lightning speed, leaving behind only one skeleton. One of them lifted his foot and stomped on the middle-aged man's head. This stomp would definitely end his life. At the critical moment, a 9-colored ray of light swept over and sent the skeleton flying. The latter rolled on the ground as he flew, and finally got up with difficulty. His dark red eyes looked at Su Yu, and the flames in his eyes flickered violently. He opened his mouth and let out a creaking sound. It seemed to be saying something to Su Yu. The other skeletons sensed that something was amiss and came back one after another. They all opened their mouths and kept saying something to Su Yu. Unfortunately, Su Yu could not understand what they were saying. Be careful. Bai Shui frowned. With a flick of her finger, several powerful rays of the Heavenly Law Master's energy sent a group of skeletons flying into the black abyss. Su Yu frowned slightly. Did that group of skeletons know him? You sure are brave. Bai Shui said. Those are all dead spirits. They might have cast some kind of verbal spell on you, but you just stood there without moving. Su Yu shook his head. It was not a spell, but a message. But who came? Saving people is not your style. Bai Shui glanced at the heavily injured middle-aged man, then at Su Yu, feeling incredulous. The Su Yu she knew was definitely an extremely cold and callous person. He had actually drawn his sword to help. It was really unexpected. At their level of cultivation, they were already used to the injustice of the world. They had long lost their passion for people who had nothing to do with them. Su Yu said expressionlessly, "It's not a big deal. What's the harm in saving him?" He looked down at the middle-aged man. "Can you heal yourself?" The middle-aged man sat up with difficulty. "Thank you for your help, Elder. I am very grateful." To be able to intimidate a few skeletons with just a finger, he was indeed an elder. No need. Su Yu did not care. Then leave this place as soon as possible. We still have matters to attend to. Goodbye. Just as he was about to leave, the middle-aged man shouted, "Wait. Are you heading to the famed Sword Sacred Tribe?" The only people who could come here were those heading to the famed Sword Sacred Tribe. If so, I might be able to provide you with some help. The middle-aged man pulled out the skeletal claw from his chest to stop the bleeding. Bai Shui looked at him suspiciously. "It's more like us helping you." The middle-aged man cupped his fists. "I am not talented, but I am a sword practitioner of the famed Sword Sacred Tribe. I might be able to help you enter the tribe." Bai Shui was shocked. "You're a swordsman? With your level of cultivation?" The sword masters of the Sword Sacred Clan were famous existences. There were 100 of them in the sacred tribe. Every one of them was a master craftsman. They often practiced swords at the famed Sword Sacred Tribe. The absolute heavenly sword was forged by the top 10 sword practitioners. It was hard to believe that a sword practitioner would have such a low level of cultivation. The middle-aged man laughed at himself. "I am Mo Hung, ranked 100. Sorry for the embarrassment." Mo Hung. Bai Shui had actually heard of him before. She was shocked once again. You are the new genius craftsman Mo Hung from 1,000 years ago? Back then, in the 9-star civilization, an astonishingly talented master refiner appeared out of nowhere, and that was Mo Hung. It was rumored that the Tao artifacts he forged were exceptionally spiritual and could increase their power by 30%. For him, many families fought to the death for him. But Mo Hung had disappeared for no reason. He had actually joined the famed Sword Sacred tribe. Strange, with your abilities, you are only ranked 100. That can't be right. Bai Shui immediately discovered the truth. Her gaze swept across, suddenly landing on Mo Hung's chest. Her eyes jumped and she gasped. This is Chapter 29:14. Su Yu sensed that something was amiss and followed her gaze. He was slightly surprised to discover that in front of Mo Hung's chest, which had been pierced by the bone claw, there was a very special mark on his chest. Because his clothes were torn, he could easily see that there was a very special mark on his chest. The mark was in the shape of a pitch-black sword, surrounded by chains. It seemed to symbolize that the sword had been sealed. The sword was not drawn on, but imprinted into his flesh, leaving a deep indent on his chest. Unless he changed his body, he would never be able to erase the mark. You were enslaved by the Sword Sacred clan? Bai Shui blurted out, revealing a huge secret. She hurriedly covered her mouth and looked around vigilantly. After confirming that no one had heard her, she immediately stepped forward and helped Mo Hung put his clothes back on. We did not see anything. Mo Hung sighed. It's fine if you saw. The Sword Sacred clan does not mind outsiders knowing. Su Yu roughly understood the ins and outs of the conversation between the two. The craftsmanship genius of the 9-star civilization had disappeared because he had been enslaved by the Sword Sacred clan. The 9-star civilization was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. He did not find it strange that something like this had happened. What was strange was that Mo Hung's forces had not come to rescue him. In the current 9-star civilization, a genius could not have come from a poor background. Poor people lived in abandoned wastelands, running around every day in order to survive. How could they have the time to cultivate their craftsmanship talent? He must have come from a prestigious family. Anyway, I am the only one left of the Mo family, so what if I tell the whole world? Who would dare risk being accused of the Sword Sacred clan to come and rescue me? Mo Hung seemed to have accepted his fate, losing all will to resist. It turned out that the Mo family had once been a prestigious family, but for some unknown reason, they had disappeared. Even when Mo Hung was enslaved, no one dared to interfere. Bai Shui silently sighed, expressing her helplessness. Even though the Temple of Heaven was powerful, it was still only a powerful clan, far from being able to compete with the Sacred clan. Not to mention that the Sword Sacred clan was ranked third among the powerful sacred clans. Su Yu asked thoughtfully, so, what's your ranking in the famed Sword Saint clan in terms of craftsmanship? At this point, Mo Hung revealed a trace of pride. Because of my identity as a slave, I was ranked 100th. In reality, it would not be difficult for me to be in the top 3. I could even be in first place. Being enslaved, Mo Hung was naturally unwilling to wholeheartedly forge artifacts for the Sword Sacred clan. Therefore, he had been concealing his attainments in blacksmithing. His true attainments in artifact forging were shockingly high. Believe me, Mo Hung thought that Su Yu and Bai Shui did not believe him, so he said, let me give you a simple example. The 10 families of the famous Sword Saint tribe nurtured the Absolute Heaven Sword. They spent an entire era nurturing the Absolute Heaven Sword. If everything goes as expected, the day the sword is unsheathed will be the day blood stains the sky. Oh! Bai Shui's eyes widened. What do you mean? Mo Hung said disdainfully, those 10 sword practitioners thought that their attainments were astonishing and they forged a flawless holy artifact. In reality, the forging process was riddled with flaws. The day the sword is unsheathed, the sword will definitely go out of control and harm all the guests. Mo Hung then remembered that Su Yu and the rest had also come to observe the birth of the Absolute Heaven Sword. Considering that you have saved me, I advise you not to go near the Absolute Heaven Sword. It would be best if you do not even step into the famous Sword Sacred clan. Otherwise, your lives will be in danger. Su Yu and Bai Shui became serious. Mo Hung was a slave who had lost his freedom. There was no need for him to threaten them. What he said was most likely true if his attainments in crafting artifacts were as brilliant as he claimed. Thank you for the reminder, Su Yu said. But we need to go to the famous Sword Sacred Clan to obtain the primordial energy released when the Absolute Sword Heaven is born. I'm afraid we have no choice but to go. Mo Hung sighed. Then good luck to you. Pausing, Mo Hung took out 2 black iron balls from his sleeves. Their surfaces were full of bumps and hollows. It was unknown what they were used for. I hope you will be of use. Mo Hung patted his butt. Let's go. I'll bring you to the famous Sword Sacred Clan. That's on the condition that you all have an invitation. At the mention of an invitation, Bai Shui took out her real invitation. She pouted. Shouldn't you open it for me? Su Yu did not say a word. He gently swiped his finger over the letter, and several images appeared in the letter. Mo Hung happened to capture this scene. His pupils shrank, and the gaze he used to look at Su Yu had a deeper meaning. Let's go. Bai Shui happily put away the invitation. Mo Hung led the way without a change in expression. Half a day later, a golden path paved in the air appeared in front of them. At the end of the path was an incomparably huge long sword stabbed into the ground. It was not a real sword, but a building of the famous Sword Sacred Clan. But when they stepped onto the golden path, they discovered that not far ahead was the youth named RDA who had abandoned Mo Hung and escaped alone. RDA? Mo Hung let out a sigh of relief. As long as you are safe. That's good. His words were filled with care and concern for RDA. In the face of danger, Mo Hung had pushed RDA away and used his own body to block the attack. From this, it could be seen that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Hearing the voice behind him, RDA turned around. There was not much joy on his face. Instead, he muttered coldly, "You're not dead yet." He forced himself to walk back, calmly saying, "Thank you for just now." Although he said thank you, there was no gratitude in his eyes. In fact, he was a little disappointed that Mo Hung had not died at the hands of the skeleton. Su Yu creased his brows. This young man should at least know how to repay kindness, right? But without understanding the relationship between the two and their grudges, he could not interrupt. But Bai Shui was much more direct. "Brat, can't you say something human? Are you cursing your benefactor to die? Without him, you would be long dead." RDA glared at Bai Shui unhappily. "I'm talking to my father, what does that have to do with you?" "Father?" The two of them were father and son. RDA looked at the blooded Mo Hung with disgust. "Wait here, I'll go in first in case someone sees us." Heh. Bai Shui was really angry. How could a son look down on his father? She rolled up her sleeves. "Stop right there." But Mo Hung blocked Bai Shui, his expression complicated. "My son is immature, I hope the two elders will not mind him." Bai Shui was furious. "Mo Hung, you were someone important in the past, how did you raise such a son? Aren't you spoiling him too much?" Mo Hung did not speak, as if unwilling to explain the cause and effect. Su Yu's gaze flickered. Mo Hung was a slave of the famous Sword Sacred Clan, how could he have a son? Chapter 29:15. However, seeing that Mo Hung was silent and unwilling to say more, Su Yu naturally did not probe further. "Go inside," Su Yu said. Under Mo Hung's lead, the two arrived in front of the Sword Sacred Tribe's giant sword. At the entrance, there was a white-haired, red-haired old man whose entire body was burning with flames. He sat there, checking the invitations of the people who entered one by one. The inspection process was very slow, so there was a small queue in front of the door. Coincidentally, Su Yu actually saw a familiar person. It was Fugu Zhen, who had killed his companions on the abandoned civilization and then used the pear blossom fantasy to woo Xia Jingyu. At the moment, Feng Guchen was only an attendant. Beside him was a dignified middle-aged woman with an extraordinary temperament. She held an invitation in her hand. "Is the Wind Clan still at the level of the Holy Clan?" Su Yu was slightly surprised. "I thought they were just an ordinary race." The senses between strong martial artists were very acute. Fenggu Zhen noticed Su Yu's gaze immediately. He turned his head to look, and his brows furrowed immediately. There was a hint of surprise in his expression. Although Su Yu was still wearing the black robe to conceal his true appearance, he had noticed Su Yu when they had brushed past each other in the abandoned civilization, and he felt that Su Yu seemed familiar. Now that they met again, it was too much of a coincidence. However, he couldn't remember where he had seen Su Yu before. Why did he feel like he had met him before? What surprised him the most was that the other party was able to get an invitation from the famed Sword Sacred clan. Didn't that mean that he had the strength of a great saint? Jiyu-chan, who are you looking at? The dignified beauty followed his gaze and murmured in surprise, has the Temple of Heaven been invited as well? Fenggu-chan was slightly puzzled. Could the black-robed man be from the Palace of Heaven? But the Palace of Heaven should not have been invited. Looking at Su Yu again, Fenggu Zhen had a faint sense of hostility. Master, this person's identity is suspicious. It's best to investigate. The dignified beauty looked at the black-robed Su Yu and said expressionlessly, the famous Sword Saint clan is here, so there is no need to overstep your authority. They will check it themselves. Soon, it was the Wind clan's turn. The dignified beauty took out the invitation letter and smoothly passed the inspection. Before leaving, her red lips parted slightly and she said a few words. The red-haired old man, whose entire body was covered in raging flames, nodded without batting an eyelid. After 5 minutes, it was finally Su Yu and Bai Shue's turn. First, Bai Shue took out her invitation. The red-haired old man looked at it, then at Bai Shue. Bai Shue's identity was very easy to identify. Anyone with a slightly higher level would know that Bai Shue was from the Temple of Heaven. The Temple of Heaven was only at the level of an aristocratic family, so in theory, it was not invited. However, the Sword Sacred tribe only recognized the invitation, not the person, so they did not stop them. When it was Su Yu's turn, the red-haired old man looked at him and said, "Take out your invitation letter and official document." The invitation letter was one thing, but the document. Back when Zhongxian cleared the passageway to the 9-star civilization, the document had been destroyed because he had seen through it. There was no way he could take out a second set. Moreover, when other people entered the famed Sword Saint tribe, they only needed to check the invitation letter. Why did Su Yu need to check the official document? What is the reason for checking the document? Su Yu asked coldly. That dignified beauty must have said something. A hint of coldness flickered in his heart. He did not find trouble with Fenggu-chan, but the latter took the initiative to find him. The red-haired old man's face was filled with a fierce aura. The reason is that I want to be examined. He could examine whoever he wanted. If he did not agree, he could choose not to come. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, but he did not intend to argue with him here. That would only be of no help and would instead cause more trouble. The soul energy in his palm changed, transforming into an official document. It was the same one he had used before. He just did not know if he could hide it from the red-haired old man in front of him. The cultivation level of the other party was not something the ordinary people at the entrance of the passageway could compare to. There is no need to check, he is my friend, Mo Hung said expressionlessly as he walked up from behind with his hands clasped behind his back. The red-haired old man's gaze shifted toward Mo Hung, a hint of disdain in his eyes. I was wondering who it was. So it's that good for nothing. He was especially rude to Mo Hung. However, it seemed that Mo Hung still had some influence. The red-haired old man did not make things difficult for Mo Hung. He glanced at Su Yu. Since you are a friend of that good-for-nothing, there is no need for the official document. Let me check the invitation letter. Su Yu took out the invitation letter. The red-haired old man took out a mirror and looked at it. A message was engraved into the mirror. All right, go in, the red-haired old man said expressionlessly. With that, Su Yu successfully passed through, stepping into the famed Sword Holy Tribe. At that moment, a shocking wave of heat assaulted him, as if he was in a giant furnace. Flames could be seen drifting everywhere. He had to protect his body with his energy the entire time, or he would definitely be burned. Mo Hung's voice came from behind him. The manner of the famed Sword Holy Tribe is a natural crafting furnace. Suyu stopped in his tracks, cupping his fists toward him. Thank you for helping me out. Mohung waved his hands nonchalantly. Compared to the debt of saving my life, this is nothing. He looked at Bai Shui, who was waiting for Suyu not far away. I will not accompany you any further. Farewell. Suyu watched him leave, then went to meet up with Bai Shui. The latter had a look of disappointment. I thought you were stuck at the door. I was happy for nothing. Suyu took a look at her face, which was still showing signs of relief, and said, Did you worry for nothing? Dream on. Bai Shui rolled her eyes. Suyu's gaze swept to the southeast corner. A figure quietly left from the shadows. It was Feng Guchan. I might have met some unfriendly enemies here, Suyu said. Do you choose to continue with me, or move alone? Perhaps there would be a small conflict with the Feng clan. You want to abandon me? Bai Shui asked without hesitation. How could she feel at ease being surrounded by so many great sages? It was safer to stay by Suyu's side. Suyu had a faint smile. You're one of my people. Bai Shui blushed. You've seen me naked. No matter what, I'm still half yours. I'm sorry, I'm still young. Old woman, please stay away from me. Suyu smiled. Bai Shui clenched her fists, glaring at Suyu angrily. To be honest, I really want to hammer you to death. The favorable impression that she had accumulated with great difficulty along the way was instantly wiped clean by him. Wait until I get the primordial energy, Bai Shui said angrily. We'll go our separate ways and never meet again. Suyu smiled without saying a word. Under the guidance of a servant, he stepped down to the basement level. The Absolute Heaven Sword was being forged underground. Guest, it's very hot inside. Please be careful. The servant stood at the entrance, not daring to advance any further. Suyu turned a blind eye to it and stepped in. With Prince Miraflower's body, these flames posed no threat to him at all. But to Bai Shui, it was fatal. In terms of danger, it was no less than the aftermath of the burial battlefield. Chapter 29:16. Bai Shui stood at the entrance, hesitating for a moment. Finally, she swallowed a mysterious pill and stepped down the stairs. The shocking heat made Bai Shui look pained, but she clenched her teeth and persisted as she walked deeper underground. All she did was to fulfill her promise and compensate the great families that had suffered heavy losses. Suyu silently praised her as he watched. The two of them followed the stairs to the depths of the underground. It was a gigantic artificially excavated prototype platform. In the center of the platform was a huge pit, burning with intense flames. At first glance, it looked like an old well. The difference was that there were special stands around the well for the guests to watch. Suyu came to the side of the deep pit. This pit was probably the furnace for crafting weapons. Bai Shui also walked over and stared at the colorful flames. Inside are the flames accumulated by the Sacred Sword clan for countless eras. They are all disastrous flames. The weakest can kill an early-stage heavenly law master. The strongest, it is said that there is a trace of disastrous flame inside, taken from the corpse of a myriad saint. Rumor has it that the myriad saint died from the disastrous flame. Myriad saint? Suyu's pupils shrank. The myriad saints referred to the most powerful people in the chaotic heavenly clan. They were powerful beyond compare and had reached the peak of the late-stage heavenly law master. How could someone like that die from the disastrous flame? Suyu's many years of experience told him that the so-called disastrous flame was a restraint placed on the weak by a higher-level being. The most powerful being in the entire Taichu realm was probably the emperor of the sacred mountain. But was it necessary for them to harm their own descendants? He felt that his understanding of the Taichu realm was a little limited. Look. Suddenly, Bai Shui tugged at Suyu's arm and pointed excitedly at the furnace. The surrounding guests and even the great saints began to turn pale. Amidst the countless mixed flames, a strange flame actually appeared. Unlike the other random flames, this flame was in the shape of a human. It walked in the furnace with its hands behind its back. Everywhere it passed, the other disastrous flames retreated, leaving a large empty space as if they were naturally afraid of it. The human-shaped flame was like a king, looking down on the crowd. Perhaps it heard the uproar from above, It raised its head and looked up. With just a sweep of his gaze, the temperature of the entire platform abruptly doubled. The great sages immediately circulated the energy in their bodies to resist the sudden increase in temperature. However, the sudden increase in temperature caught everyone off guard, and they were still affected by it. The bodies of many great sages were scalded, causing a series of uproars. Great sages were already like this, let alone existences that were not great sages. For example, people like Fenggu Chan, who had not even reached the ancient sage realm, were burned on the spot. Fortunately, there was a great sage beside him who quickly extinguished the flames and saved him. White Snow's condition was slightly better, but her body was burning in pain. Upon seeing that, Su Yu patted his shoulder with his 5 fingers. The 8 great Yuan-level domains formed a temporary true isolation realm, isolating him from the scorching heat. As such, White Snow's condition was immediately alleviated. However, how could this move escape the eyes of the great sages present? All of them were shocked. There was no one in the area who could bring out the true world with just a wave of his hand. The dignified beauty's pupils constricted fiercely. She immediately stared at Fenggu Zhen and secretly asked with a stern gaze, "How did you encounter him?" Bringing out the true world with just a wave of his hand was something that even the 10,000 saints might not be able to do. Fenggu Zhen did not see anything special about Su Yu's move. He said, "I encountered him by accident." He was puzzled. What was wrong with the master? The dignified beauty was a little remorseful. Her behavior at the door was a little rash. Perhaps she had unintentionally offended this person. "Behave yourself from now on. Don't provoke him again." The dignified beauty stared at Su Yu, who was dressed in a black robe. She felt a sense of trepidation. Fenggu Zhen frowned. Was this necessary? The black-robed man looked very ordinary. He was not a big shot. In the grandstand, there was a blood-colored sedan carried by 4 puppets. As the curtain of the sedan was lifted, a ferocious and bloody face could be vaguely seen. Its deep and serene gaze swept across Su Yu's body. Its eyes were filled with fear, but there was also desire. Su Yu felt helpless. In the end, he still could not hide from the senses of these great sages. The existence of the temporary true world had indeed been discovered. After obtaining the energy he wanted, he had to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, there might be trouble. Although everyone was shocked, they did not forget that the focus of their attention at the moment should be on the human-shaped flame in the furnace. It glanced up and walked up with its hands behind its back. As it went up, the surrounding temperature became more and more terrifying. Even the great sages began to be unable to withstand it. One by one, they retreated to the stairs and kept their distance. Even Su Yu felt a burning pain in his body. He had no choice but to retreat. He was deeply shocked. Just by approaching it, it had such terrifying power. If it came out completely, wouldn't it be able to wipe out all the strong men present? Could this flame be the strongest disastrous fire that had killed all the saints in the legends? Seeing that the disastrous fire was about to come out of the furnace, the guests were extremely vigilant and uneasy. However, just as the disastrous fire was about to come out, an ancient spell appeared above the furnace, and mysterious runes descended. Seeing that, the human-shaped disastrous fire seemed to have some misgivings. It returned to the furnace and disappeared into the flames that filled the sky without a trace. The surrounding temperature returned to normal, but no one could remain calm. I really don't know how the famous Sword Saint clan managed to retrieve this disastrous fire back then. It's too terrifying. If that disastrous fire was released, I don't know how much damage it would cause. Fortunately, it is trapped in the furnace. This furnace has been sealed by the famous Sword Saint clan for countless years, so the disastrous fire can't come out. While they were discussing, a warm and gentle voice came from the stairs. "Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I have something to do, so I can't accompany you immediately." An old man with a white beard and a white robe, with a sage-like demeanor, walked down the stairs. Seeing him, all the great sages present stood up unconsciously and took the initiative to salute him. "Greetings, Great Sage Huang." The family of the famous Sword Saint clan was surnamed Huang. The old man in the white robe in front of them was one of the great sages of the famous Sword Saint clan, and also the most powerful saint. No need to be so polite. Great Sage Huang was very gentle, and he chatted with the people present for a while with a smile. Dong. At that moment, the furnace trembled slightly, as if something inside had exploded. An extremely pure stream of air rushed up from the depths of the furnace. Many of the great sages were pleasantly surprised, and they grabbed it. Su Yu also grabbed a bit of it. The energy was extremely pure, without any impurities. He could absorb it all and transform it into his own strength. Chapter 29:17. He gently inhaled, and the energy entered his body, quickly transforming into heavenly energy. There was a slight increase in his cultivation base. Bai Shui also received a trace, and after absorbing it, her face was full of surprise. The rumors were true. The primordial energy really had an irreplaceable effect on cultivation base. The rest of the experts were visibly moved. Especially the great sages, the desire in their eyes could not be concealed. At their level, raising their cultivation base by even a little bit required the accumulation of countless resources. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Most of the time, exhausting all the resources would not necessarily be able to reach the next level. But now, the primordial energy gave them endless hope. Noticing their expressions, Huang Daxing was very satisfied and said with a smile, "As you can see, the absolute heaven sword is about to be born, and it has already begun to leak primordial energy." The great sages restrained their expressions, and their eyes flickered. There was no free lunch in the world. They knew this very well. Why did the famous Sword Sacred clan not keep such magical primordial energy for themselves, but give it to outsiders? The famous Sword Sacred clan is willing to share the primordial energy with everyone present, Huang Daxing said with a smile, "But we also have a small presumptuous request." As expected, all the great sages looked as if they had expected this. The great sage of the Feng clan, who was also the dignified beauty, had a calm smile on her face. "Great Sage Huang, please speak. If we can do it, we will not refuse." Huang Daxing smiled and looked around at the great sages. Seeing them nod, he said, "When the absolute heaven sword is born, the seal of this furnace will be temporarily opened. I hope that everyone can do me a favor. The moment the seal is opened, please maintain the substitute seal together." Huang Daxing took out a round plate. They were not unfamiliar with this item. It was a formation plate. Some formations were engraved on Dao tools in advance, and after activating the Dao tool, the formations inside would naturally be displayed. "The seal will be opened." The great sages' expressions changed. Just now, they had seen a super terrifying existence with their own eyes, a humanoid tribulation fire. It had not left the seal, but it had erupted with terrifying power. If they opened the seal and it escaped, who would be able to leave this place alive? No one could, right? Are you kidding? The blood demon let out a sinister and angry voice. "We are not interested in risking our lives for a little bit of your primordial energy." These old monsters who had lived for countless years had witnessed too many people die because of greed. They understood that compared to worldly possessions, their lives were more important. That was why he cherished his life so much. From the looks of it, the human-shaped tribulation flame had been trying to break through the seal. When the seal was opened, would the humanoid tribulation fire let go of such a great opportunity that was hard to come by in an epoch? That was impossible, right? Therefore, Huang Daxing wanted them to face the human-shaped tribulation fire head-on and seal it so that it couldn't escape. Even the Feng clan's great saint's expression changed. She quickly said, "If this is your request, please forgive me for not agreeing." He wanted to buy her life for a little bit of primordial energy. Her life was not that worthless. The other great sages showed signs of giving up. No one was willing to take the risk. Huang Daxing seemed to have expected this. He said, "Everyone, please rest assured. My formation plate has been refined by my clansmen for 2 generations. In terms of power, it is not weaker than a real seal. As long as everyone works together to operate this array disk, I guarantee that nothing will go wrong." However, none of the great saints dared to answer. They did not intend to put their lives in the hands of an array disk that they had never seen before. Huang Daxing chuckled. "If you don't believe me, You can demonstrate it to everyone. With a flick of his finger, the formation plate was activated, and a huge sealing formation was immediately condensed from it, sealing the exit. The expressions of the great sages changed slightly. The Foam Clan's great saint narrowed his eyes. What does this mean? Huang Dasheng still smiled. Everyone, you will know if you can open it or not. The Foam Clan's great saint and the other great sages exchanged glances and acted at the same time. The power of 8 great sages activating their boundless divine skills at the same time could be imagined. It caused a drastic change in the primordial chi of heaven and earth on the spot. However, the seal did not even produce a ripple, not to mention breaking. This time, the 8 great sages were really shocked. The strength of the seal was really beyond their expectations. Huang Dasheng retracted the power at his fingertips. The array disk stopped operating and the seal dissipated. He said confidently, "As you can see, the seal that I casually activated is already so powerful. If you are willing to work together to activate it with all your might, the seal's power can be imagined. That human-shaped tribulation fire is powerful, but it definitely can't do anything to you." After seeing the power of the array disk with their own eyes, the great sages began to waver. It seemed that the risk was not that great. In addition, our Sword Sacred clan has refined a Tao artifact that specializes in collecting primordial energy. It can absorb all the primordial energy that is dissipated to the maximum extent and not let it go to waste. If you are willing to help, I am willing to distribute all the primordial energy collected to you according to the amount of credit you have contributed. As he spoke, Huang Dasheng took out 2 very ordinary iron balls. They were densely covered in cracks as if they were about to break. If Huang Dasheng had not taken them out, they would have thought that they were some inferior things. The great sages who were tempted were completely shaken. When the Absolute Heaven Sword was born, the primordial energy would definitely erupt in an eruption. It was almost impossible to collect all of it, and most of it would definitely be lost. However, the Sword Sacred clan had prepared a Tao artifact for this. If they could collect all of it and distribute it to them, the primordial energy would definitely be above their expectations. Good. I am one. Old Demon Shui, who was the first to object, was the first to agree. Next was the Great Sage of the Foam Clan, followed by the Great Sage of the Thunder Clan. Soon, all 8 great sages agreed. Huang Dasheng smiled. Your choice is correct. Then, he looked at the remaining guests. Most of them came with their elders, and their strength was limited. At most, they were ancient sages. If you are willing to help, there will also be a certain reward, Huang Dasheng said. Every bit of energy he had would increase the power of the array disk by a bit, so why not? Of course, they agreed. With 8 great sages holding the line, how could they be in danger? Good. Everyone, please wait and see. Huang Dasheng smiled slightly and was about to leave when his ears suddenly twitched. It seemed that someone was talking to him through telepathy. Huang Dasheng revealed a surprised expression. He lifted his eyes to look at Su Yu, a strange expression in his eyes. Obviously, someone had conveyed the news of Su Yu summoning the immortal realm to the unaware Huang Dasheng. He pretended not to know, smiled at Su Yu, and returned to the ground as if nothing had happened. Chapter 29:18. Su Yu did not speak. Any sound transmission here could be heard by the great sages present. His gaze flickered slightly as he stared at the furnace, deep in thought. Mo Heng had said that the appearance of the Absolute Heaven Sword would definitely cause a huge problem. Could the huge problem he spoke of be related to the human-shaped disastrous fire? Rumble. At that moment, there was another muffled sound from within the furnace. A bubble full of primordial energy exploded, the energy that escaped surged up. Everyone once again joined the fray. Only Su Yu and Bai Shui did not move. The ones fighting were all great sages. If the 2 of them joined in, they would not be able to get anything and could easily expose their cultivation levels. Of course, they were most calm because both of them had a metal ball. That was a mysterious object that Mo Heng had given them in return. They had not thought it was anything good, but who knew it was something the Sacred Sword clan had prepared to collect primordial energy. Moreover, the Sacred Sword clan's metal ball was covered in cracks. Although theirs was bumpy, It looked much better. It could be imagined that the metal ball they had obtained was of a higher grade. When it came to collecting primordial energy, their metal ball would definitely be of greater use. Thus, they gave up fighting over this tiny bit of primordial energy in front of them. Time passed bit by bit. More and more bubbles appeared, and the frequency became more and more ordinary. Finally, he knew that the doctor had caused a huge commotion that was as loud as a thunderclap, causing the entire furnace to shake non-stop. Only then did Huang Dasheng lead the other 3 great sages from the clan over. They stared at the violent shaking of the disastrous fire in the furnace, faintly revealing a giant sword-shaped shadow. They all revealed expressions of joy. The absolute heaven sword is about to form. Come, sacrifice the sword. A youth was brought down. He was Mohung's son, Rda. Rda's face was filled with fear as he was forcefully brought to the front of the furnace. Huang Dasheng stared at the furnace, his eyes filled with greed as he muttered, Rda, bear with it and it will be over. It is not that I am cruel, but as a member of the Sacred Sword Clan, you need to have a sense of self-sacrifice. Do you understand? After saying that, he took out a thick hollow copper tube and stabbed it into Rda's heart. In an instant, thick blood flowed out of the copper tube and dripped into the furnace. Speaking of which, it was strange. Even great sages would find it hard to endure the terrifying temperature of the furnace. It could even burn them. However, Rda's blood was not affected at all. It fell directly into the depths of the furnace. In the end, it landed on the huge sword-shaped shadow. Crackle, it was as if a muffled thunder had exploded in the furnace, and the entire Sword Sacred Clan began to shake. The sword-shaped shadow quickly turned blood-red, like a blood sword hidden in a furnace. The absolute heaven sword is about to be born. Huang Dasheng's pupils shrank as he panted heavily. However, a scene that made him and everyone present feel uneasy appeared. On the absolute heaven sword, a black human-shaped tribulation flame was faintly discernible. The humanoid tribulation fire was indeed waiting for an opportunity, and it didn't hide its goal at all. The famed Sword Sacred Clan could either watch the absolute heaven sword suffocate in the furnace or open the seal and let the absolute heaven sword come out. Huang Dasheng gritted his teeth. Everyone, I'm counting on you. He took out the formation plate and threw it into the air. The formation plate flew right above the furnace. The great sage of the Feng clan, Old Demon Shui, and others did not dare to hesitate and immediately instilled their strength into it. The 8 great sages worked at the same time, and the formation plate was almost at its peak. The rest of you, please help us, Huang Dasheng shouted. Su Yu and the others immediately took action. Although their strength was relatively weak, when combined, it was still a force that could not be underestimated. It was probably equivalent to half a great sage. In an instant, the formation plate was completely activated. A greyish seal descended and covered the gap in the furnace. Huang Dasheng and the 3 great sages of the same clan waited for the right time. They looked at each other and shouted in unison, Absolute Heaven's Sword, come out. They roared, and at the same time, they activated some kind of ancient technique. Catcher, catcher, catcher sounds came from the furnace. The blood-red Absolute Heaven's Sword quickly floated up. Looking closely, the surface of the Absolute Heaven's Sword was wrapped in countless chains, binding it in the furnace. It was as if they were afraid that the Absolute Heaven's Sword would leave the furnace in advance. At this moment, under the control of Huang Dasheng and the others, the Absolute Heaven's Sword that bound it was loosened. The Absolute Heaven's Sword let out a strong sword cry, expressing its excitement, and reached the exit of the furnace at the fastest speed possible. However, the existence of the furnace seal hindered the birth of the Absolute Heaven Sword. The most critical moment had arrived. Huang Dasheng and the others looked at each other, and at the same time, they activated some kind of Dao artifact. The primordial seal that had been sealed for an entire era was finally opened. The huge Absolute Heaven Sword rose into the sky, and instantly rushed out of the furnace. However, there was also a black shadow that made one's hair stand on end along with it. Stop it! Huang Dasheng shouted. How could the great sage of the Feng clan and the others dare to hesitate? They immediately controlled the formation, making it like a huge spiderweb, enveloping the afterimage, and then quickly pressing it towards the furnace. As long as it was pressed back and covered with the primordial seal, the disastrous flame in human form would not be able to escape. However, the disastrous flame in human form had waited for an opportunity with great difficulty. How could it let it go? His body shook, and an extremely violent black tribulation fire erupted, burning the entire formation. Sizzle, 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 the formation that the 8 great sages couldn't shake even when they joined forces was now being burned by the black disastrous flame, and it was about to explode. Everyone's scalps went numb. They had completely underestimated the terror of the disastrous flame in human form. Just as the formation was about to shatter, the disastrous flame in human form seemed to lose its strength, and then it was quickly pressed into the furnace. It resisted with all its might, but it still couldn't stop its fall. In the end, it was pressed into the furnace bit by bit. The primordial seal immediately closed again, sealing the disastrous flame in human form. The disastrous flame in human form fiercely smashed against the seal, trying to escape, but to no avail. The power of the primordial seal was several levels stronger than that of the formation plate. In the end, the disastrous flame in human form returned to the bottom of the furnace, completely giving up on rushing out. Whoosh, the 8 great sages were covered in sweat, and they entered a state of exhaustion. The short confrontation had drained them of almost all their strength, leaving them exhausted. If the disastrous flame in human form had lasted a little longer, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Our lives are hanging by a thread. The great sage of the Foam clan sighed. Old Demon Shwe chuckled. But it's worth it. Everyone's eyes looked at the Absolute Heaven sword that had appeared. The Absolute Heaven sword in front of them was hundreds of feet long, and its surface was full of potholes and unknown broken stones. Everyone present knew that it was the impurities that had been stained during the refining process. Chapter 29:19. Most of its 300-meter-long body was made up of impurities accumulated over an epoch. Of course, there was also the huge amount of primordial energy that they desired. Now, as long as all these impurities were broken, the primordial energy would explode. However, Huang Dasheng and the other clansmen held on to the Absolute Heaven sword and did not intend to take the next step. His eyes were also fixed on the Absolute Heaven sword. He didn't care about the weakened state of the 8 great sages at all. Old Demon Shwe urged, "What are you waiting for? Quickly release the primordial energy." The other great sages urged. They had already sealed the human-shaped tribulation fire. Now, it was time for the Sword Sacred clan to fulfill their promise. Hearing this, Huang Dasheng finally turned his head and looked at them. There was a strange look in his eyes. "There's one thing I forgot to tell everyone. The impurities in the Absolute Heaven sword have accumulated for an epoch. It won't be easy to remove them. However, if we don't break it, the Absolute Heaven sword can't be considered to have truly been born. Right now, it can only be considered as a sword embryo. There's such a thing. However, the precipitated impurities were something that even the tribulation fire could not do anything to. It was indeed not something that could be easily broken. However, this is not a reason for you to refuse to fulfill your promise," the great sage of the Wind Clan berated. Huang Dasheng hurriedly waved his hand. "You misunderstand. We don't intend to go back on our words. We will definitely give you what we should give you. We just hope that you can help us with a small matter." Everyone frowned. The Sword Sacred clan had not made this clear in advance. Now that the situation had come to a head, he suddenly added conditions. It was really disgusting. However, they had already come this far, and the primordial energy was right in front of them. How could they be willing to give up? "All right, what else do you want to do? Say it," Old Blood Demon said impatiently. The great sage of the Foam clan also frowned. "After this, if there are any more conditions, then don't blame us for being impolite." They decided to attack one last time. Huang Dasheng said with a smile, "Don't worry, the last favor will definitely be the last one." The great sage of the Foam clan restrained his displeasure and said with a taut face, "What's the matter? Say it, but it's best not to go beyond our ability." "Hehe, it's actually very simple for you. Anyone can do it." Huang Dasheng's expression became strange for some reason. Old Demon Shui and the great saint of the Foam Clan caught the subtle change in his expression. Su Yu, who had been vigilant all along, was the first to notice it. His heart skipped a beat, and the lines of fate fluctuated. Not good. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu grabbed by Shui and rushed toward the exit even faster than the Foam Clan's great saint and old Demon Shui. Then, with a shocking speed, it left the ground and charged outside. The Foam Clan's great sage and old Demon Shui cursed silently. Su Yu had taken the lead, and they were already one step too late to leave. The two of them flashed away at the same time. However, Su Yu's actions had forced Huang Dasheng and the rest of the people to take action in advance. What we need your help with is to borrow your blood and soul. Great Sage Huang and 3 other great sages of the same clan picked up the heaven-severing sword and swept it towards the 8 great sages present. In order for the absolute heaven sword to truly appear, it would require the blood and souls of 8 supreme experts to be sacrificed to the sword. In this way, the absolute heaven sword that had absorbed their blood and souls would truly awaken. It would break through the impurities and truly appear in the world. Therefore, this invitation to observe the birth of the absolute heaven sword was a huge conspiracy from the very beginning. The people who were invited were all going to be sacrificed to the sword. Famous Sword Saint Clan, how dare you plot against us? A great sage was furious, and he erupted with earth-shattering combat power. He was holding a thick and sturdy mace in his hand, and its size was not even inferior to the absolute heaven sword. The material used was the rare 9-colored divine stone. Bang! He swung the mace, trying to break the absolute heaven sword. However, the result was that the mace in his hand was like a sand sculpture in front of the absolute heaven sword, shattering into dust on the spot. The absolute heaven sword ruthlessly brushed past his body, and this terrifying existence of the great sage level actually turned into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. The blood mist was completely absorbed by the absolute heaven sword, leaving nothing behind. However, the absolute heaven sword's momentum did not diminish, and it continued to sweep. The area of the platform was only so big, and these great sages had no extra space to dodge. They could only bite the bullet and fight back. However, without exception, no matter how amazing the divine techniques, Dao artifacts, or domain power was, it was of no use. They were all ruthlessly crushed by the absolute heaven sword. One by one, the great sages were like bags of blood, all crushed into blood mist, and then absorbed by the absolute heaven sword. When it swept past the blood demon, his 4 puppets carrying the blood palanquin screamed and rushed forward to try to block it. However, the result was still swept into powder. The sword momentum was not extinguished, and the blood demon was beaten into blood mist on the spot. The slight difference was that one of the drops of blood mist took the opportunity to enter the depths of the ground and disappeared. When the sword momentum swept towards the great sage of the Wind Clan, she took out a clan treasure from her clan. Inside, there was an endless power of wind. However, it still could not block the attack of the absolute heaven sword, and was shattered on the spot. The great sage of the Wind Clan was also smashed into blood mist, and then absorbed by the absolute heaven sword. However, in a part of the blood mist, there was a strong power of wind that swept away the blood mist. Huang Dasheng said angrily, "The great sage of the Wind Clan and the blood demon are 2 cunning old things. They really have a lot of life-saving techniques." Although they were beaten into blood mist, a part of the blood mist that had already escaped could definitely reform itself, and its strength would not be reduced at all. The blood and souls absorbed by the 8 great sages are not complete, so the absolute heaven sword cannot appear. Don't worry, we still have a trick up our sleeves outside. They may not be able to escape. The 4 great sages immediately rushed out and chased after the 2 great sages who had escaped. At the same time, many experts of the Sword Sacred Clan rushed in and detained the relatively weak guests on the spot. What happened here was a devastating blow to the reputation of the Sword Sacred Clan, and it must not be leaked out. Therefore, these people would either die or become slaves of the Sword Sacred Clan for the rest of their lives, never to betray them. The group of people was taken away. The people of the Sword Sacred Clan simply cleaned up the battlefield and left in a hurry. Little did they know that not long after they left, A hair-thin black flame slowly flowed out of the formation plate above the furnace. It turned into a figure the size of a finger, and its hands formed a seal. It was actually imitating the technique of Huang Dasheng and the others. And the function of the technique was to open the original seal. Amidst the boundless tribulation fire, a humanoid tribulation fire with his hands behind his back slowly walked to the top of the furnace. He looked at the slowly opening tribulation fire above him and said in a hoarse voice, "I seem to feel the aura of a divine body. Among the people just now, the only one with a holy body was Su Yu." Chapter 29:20. Back to Su Yu. After rushing out of the ground, he did not immediately flee out of the mansion. Instead, he leaped and hid in a remote courtyard. What are we waiting for if not now? Bai Shui was panicking. Things had changed drastically, completely beyond her expectations. The Mingjian sacred clan dared to risk the wrath of the world by deceiving and killing the great saints of the sacred clan. Once this was exposed, it would be a disaster for the Mingjian sacred clan. It could even be predicted that there would be a grand sacred clan war in the near future. At the same time, it could also be seen that the Mingjian sacred clan would never allow them to escape and leak the news. So, Su Yu did not escape immediately, but dared to stay? Sure. Su Yu immediately gestured for silence. Don't act rashly. Huh. Bai Shui realized that something was wrong. She immediately quieted down and observed secretly. Suddenly, a violent wave came from the depths of the ground. A drop of dark red blood and a mist of blood rushed out of the ground one after another. After the two appeared, they immediately rushed out of the mansion. There was only one entrance to the mansion of the Mingjian sacred clan. They could only rush through it. However, just as they approached the entrance, a sharp sword energy suddenly pierced through from the exit. With a scream, the blood bead formed by old demon Shui was cut into hundreds of small blood beads on the spot. The sword energy did not slow down, slashing toward the blood mist of the great saint of the Feng clan. The latter reacted and immediately floated backward. The 100 blood beads formed by old demon Shui quickly condensed into a complete blood bead and retreated. As they retreated, the two reconstructed their bodies. At the same time, they rushed toward the top of the mansion. They intended to use the strength of the great saints to forcefully break through the sword-shaped mansion of the Mingjian sacred clan. However, when they reached the top, sharp swords descended like a storm, bombarding the two. Barely able to condense their bodies, they immediately displayed the secret techniques of the great saints. One was a boundless gale, the other was a sea of blood. They flew toward the sky with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Rumble, the gale swept through the sea of blood, forming a rotating tornado that shattered the falling swords. Moreover, the tornado shot straight up into the sky. Bang, with a muffled sound, the top of the mansion was finally broken open. The two of them were overjoyed. They quickly hid in the tornado and escaped. The gap was right in front of them, and the two of them only needed an instant to successfully leave. Once they reached the outside world, it would be like sand in a desert, leaving no traces behind. However, just as they were about to rush out, a 9-colored ruler flashed through the gap. The ruler slammed down viciously, and a ray of 9-colored light slashed through the air, shattering the blood sea tornado. The Emperor's ruler? In the tornado, the two of them retreated in a panic. They stared at the gap, their faces filled with shock. The Emperor's ruler was the sacred weapon of Emperor Xiaoyao. Why would he appear here? No, it's a replica. Old demon Shui recognized it and was shocked. The great sage of the Feng clan looked up and vaguely saw a person with half a body. His pupils shrank. The first clone of Emperor Xiaoyao? The one waving the Emperor replica ruler was none other than the first clone of Emperor Xiaoyao. The first clone of Prince Xiaoyao, who had been sealed by Su Yu back then, had recovered more than half of its body. With the Emperor replica ruler in his hand, one attack could produce the strength of a great saint. What's going on? Even the Emperor is involved. Old demon Shui was even more shocked. The two of them looked extremely serious. They stared at the clone of Emperor Xiaoyao and did not dare to move forward. Haha, because the Absolute Heaven Sword is the second sacred weapon that Emperor Xiaoyao custom-made for himself. Deep underground, Huang Dasheng's cold laughter came from the depths of the ground. He and the 4 great sages of the same clan held the absolute heaven sword and walked out of the ground. They and Emperor Xiaoyaro were in the sky and on the ground, sandwiching old demon Shui and the great sage of the Foam clan in the middle, causing the 2 of them to fall into great despair. Was this Emperor Xiaoyao's intention? It would be difficult for them to escape today. However, as strong great saints, no one would give up their lives until the last moment. Let's fight. Old demon Shui and the great sage of the Foam clan looked at each other and joined forces again. One of them conjured a blood sea, while the other conjured a destructive hurricane, which then condensed into a rotating blood-red arrow. Swoosh! The sharp arrow shot out immediately, shooting at the wall of the mansion not far away from them. Huang Dasheng shouted. He and the great sage of the same clan wielded the absolute heaven sword and slashed at the arrow. The sharp arrow was cut in half, but the remaining arrowhead did not lose its power. Instead, it shot out at a faster speed and instantly pierced through the sword, creating another gap. The 2 of them immediately flew toward the gap, making the last dash for their lives. 30,000 feet. 3,000 feet. 300 feet. They were close, and they were about to make it out. Huang Dasheng's face revealed a trace of pity as he said, "Don't struggle." He and the great sage of the same clan held the absolute heaven sword and stabbed at the 2 of them. No sword energy leaked out, and no power was displayed. They could only vaguely feel that the air was shaking violently. Then, the 2 of them who had just regathered their bodies immediately collapsed into a blood mist. It did not stop. The blood mist collapsed for the second time, turning into blood-red particles. Then, the absolute heaven sword flew out and absorbed all the blood-red particles. Finally, the 8 great sages were all killed. Crack! A clear cracking sound came from inside the absolute heaven sword, and a crack the width of a finger flashed. Catcher, catcher! Cracking sounds came from inside the sword one after another. The impurities that had settled for nearly an epoch finally began to leak out. Strands of primordial energy slowly flowed out from the crack. When all the impurities were broken, the primordial energy would explode. Boom! Huang Dasheng and his clansmen were overjoyed. They immediately stabbed the absolute heaven sword into the ground and quickly left. There was too much primordial energy inside the absolute heaven sword. When it exploded, it would create a powerful explosion that was enough to kill all those close by. Prepare the containers and collect the primordial energy, Huang Dasheng said excitedly. He and his clansmen each took out 5 in total. They guarded the left, right, front, back, and top of the absolute heaven sword to ensure that none of the energy would leak out. So much primordial energy is enough for our famed sword sacred race to produce a quasi-10,000 saint expert. The 4 clansmen revealed looks of great anticipation. Huang Dasheng was already a peak existence among great saints. If he could obtain the primordial energy of an epoch, there was hope for him to become a quasi-10,000 saint. He might even become a true 10,000 saint expert. This was why they dared to kill the 8 great sages without the slightest scruple. Not only did they have Emperor Xiaoyao's secret support, but they also had the capital to not fear any great saints. Chapter 29-21. The materials used to forge the absolute heaven sword came from the sacred mountain. All the resources they needed were provided by Emperor Xiaoyaro. The famed sword sacred clan's reward was the primordial energy released when the absolute heaven sword was successfully forged. How could the famed sword sacred clan give it to the other sacred clans for free? Rumble! The absolute heaven sword began to emit a violent roar. Huang Dasheng immediately said, "Attention, it's about to begin." The other 4 great sages were excited. The famed sword sacred clan had waited for an entire era for this moment. The primordial energy was about to be born. Bang, bang, bang! Suddenly, the absolute heaven sword continued to explode like muffled thunder, one after another rumbling explosion after another. The commotion became more and more intense. Finally, with an earth-shattering explosion, all the impurities on the surface of the absolute heaven sword exploded at the same time. The violent explosion caused the entire sword-shaped mansion of the famed sword sacred clan to shake. The earth trembled, and the nearby gravel jumped. A sword-shaped beam of light shot up into the sky, shattering a large portion of the mansion's already broken whole. That beam of light contained an extremely terrifying power. It was the second most powerful thing Su Yu had ever seen. The first was the mortal ancestor's cauldron. The second was the terrifying beam of light in front of him. What kind of sword is this? Bai Shui murmured, her heart filled with shock. She had never seen a divine artifact with such power in her life. If the Temple of Heaven was hit by this attack, it was certain that all the strong fighters in the temple would be annihilated by the sword. Even the Grand Palace Masters would not be able to help. They would definitely die. While she was in awe, Su Yu was not idle. His gaze was fixed on the center of the explosion. He used his eyesight to the extreme, looking through the dust toward the center of the explosion. The remnant sword chi caused great pain to his eyes. There was even a trace of blood in his right eye. But Su Yu still endured the pain and looked through the dust, finally seeing the situation inside. A dark green long sword carved with 8 plum blossom marks was inserted into the deep pit of the explosion. The long sword was as beautiful as a peerless beauty, exuding a breathtaking aura. There was also a sense of arrogance and coldness that surpassed the world. It was as if it was not a sword, but a cold beauty in a green dress. Su Yu could even feel that the sword was looking at him. Hiss. Suddenly, the dark green long sword turned slightly, and Su Yu groaned in pain. His eyes were burning with pain as his vision sank into darkness. Blood continuously flowed from his eyes. His eyes were blinded. Just being discovered by the dark green longsword was enough to easily blind him. If it was a normal person, they would have fallen into a state of panic. Only Su Yu forced himself to remain calm. Relying on the last scene that his eyes had locked onto, he threw the iron ball that Mo Hung had given him. Su Yu. Su Yu was Su's sword. Su Yu's sword. Visible to the naked eye, the absolute heaven sword was surrounded by a viscous energy that seemed to have solidified. It was scattered in the vicinity. Su master. If it was given to a peak great sage, it might really be able to push his cultivation to the 10,000 sage level. Perhaps it was because Mo Heng's iron balls were more effective than the others. The 5 iron balls of Huang Dashing and the others had yet to start rotating to absorb the primordial energy, while Su Yu's iron ball had already started rotating rapidly, crazily absorbing the primordial energy nearby. In just 5 short breaths of time, he had plundered the primordial energy required to pass the test. Bai Shui, who was beside Su Yu, was a step slower. She only followed Su Yu's lead and threw the metal ball a few breaths later. However, the primordial energy took up about 10% of it. At that moment, Huang Dashing and the other 4's iron balls finally began to absorb the energy, competing with Su Yu and Bai Shui's 2 iron balls. 5 breaths later, the remaining primordial energy was sucked dry. Su Yu absorbed another 10%, and now he had 60% to himself. Bai Shui received another 10%, for a total of 20%. The 5 iron balls from Huang Dashing and the others added up were only 80%. Before the dust settled, Su Yu and Bai Shui quickly retrieved the iron balls. However, they were facing great sage-level powerhouses, and one of them was even a top great sage existence. Although their movements were subtle, they were still noticed by Huang Dashing. "Someone is causing trouble," Huang Dashing shouted. His voice shook and set off endless sound waves that dispersed the smoke and dust, revealing his 5 iron balls. The 5 of them immediately retracted their hands, and their faces were filled with shock. "Why is it so little? It's 5 times less than we expected. Impossible, there should be more than this amount of primordial energy." When Huang Dashing found out that they only had 20% of the primordial energy they had expected, it was easy to imagine how he felt. "You have a death wish." Huang Dashing was furious. The primordial energy was his reverse scale. How could he allow outsiders to touch it? "Oh no!" Bai Shui exclaimed in surprise. She turned her head and realized that Su Yu was blind and could not tell which direction he was heading. "Ah, you!" Bai Shui's mind was in turmoil. There was no way they could escape with a blind man. Logic told her that she should abandon Su Yu and leave immediately. She could even push Su Yu out to distract the enemy. But somehow, she grabbed Su Yu's wrist and dashed toward an opening not far from them. Fortunately, The Foam clan's great sage and ancestor Xue had created an opening nearby before they died. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape from the mansion of the Sacred Sword Clan. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xue had brought Su Yu out of the Sacred Sword Clan and were running aimlessly on the ancient battlefield. Huang Dasheng was shocked and angry. He recognized that the attackers were Su Yu and the palace master of the Heavenly Law Palace. The 8 great sages had obediently accepted their defeat and offered their swords to them. But these 2 juniors had stolen their painstaking efforts. This was a great irony and humiliation. Moreover, Bai Xue's identity was special. As the palace master of the Heavenly Law Palace, she had strong credibility. Once she leaked this information, the Sacred Sword Clan would be attacked by the 8 great sages. That would be troublesome. Chase. Huang Dasheng ordered his 4 fellow clansmen to chase after them while he cautiously approached the center of the explosion. The Absolute Heaven Sword had been born. They could not just leave it here, could they? They had to preserve it and wait for Prince Xiaoyaro to come in person and take it away. He was anxious about the other 80% of the primordial energy and whether the news would spread, so he was a little impatient. He took out a sword hilt that he had refined in advance and walked forward, trying to put the Absolute Heaven Sword into its scabbard. However, as he approached, something strange happened. The body of the Absolute Heaven Sword suddenly turned from emerald green to blood red. Traces of hostility and resentment were emitted from the body of the sword. 2 black eyeballs flashed on the body of the sword. In the resentment, Huang Dasheng could sense the aura of old demon Xue and the Foam clan's great sage. Chapter 29-22. Oh no. Let's retreat. Huang Dasheng had been forging weapons for many eras, so he had experienced many failures when forging weapons. He also knew that the more powerful a weapon was, the more dangerous it would be if it failed. The Absolute Heaven Sword in front of him was the most powerful weapon the Sword Saint clan had ever forged. If it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He roared as he retreated quickly. The 4 great sages were also very experienced. Before Huang Dasheng could warn them, they knew that things were not going well, so they had already retreated. Clang! The blood-red Absolute Heaven Sword flew out of the crater, emitting a sharp sword light. The pair of hidden black eyes reappeared and stared at Huang Dasheng. Huang Dasheng felt his hair stand on end, and a chill ran down his spine. When the Absolute Heaven Sword was still in its embryonic form, it could easily kill 8 great sages. Now that it was born, its power was more than 10 times stronger. Although he was a top-notch great sage, it was difficult for him to withstand the power of the Absolute Heaven Sword. Huang Dasheng was frightened when he saw the Absolute Heaven Sword staring at him. He roared, "Emperor, please save me." To be honest, the Absolute Heaven Sword had already turned into a beam of blood-red light, thrusting toward Huang Dasheng. Few people in the world could withstand this sword. Clang! Just as the sword light fell, the Absolute Heaven Sword in the hole launched a powerful attack. Half of the Emperor of Freedom's clone held the Emperor's ruler replica and descended from the sky. It drew a 9-colored light and accurately bombarded the sword light formed by the Absolute Heaven Sword. However, the shocking thing was that the Absolute Heaven Sword was not affected. The Absolute Heaven Sword's momentum was not affected at all. Instead, the 9-colored light that struck the Absolute Heaven Sword shattered. Prince Xiaoyao's clone was sent flying back along with the ruler. He slammed into the wall of the mansion and even created a huge hole. This showed how terrifying this attack was. The Absolute Heaven Sword seemed to have targeted Huang Dasheng, and it was full of resentment toward him. Huang Dasheng screamed in panic. He took out a jade-colored shield and put it behind him. Ding! An exhilarating scene appeared. The jade-colored shield successfully blocked the Absolute Heaven Sword. Huang Dasheng was happy that he had escaped death. The shield was a top-notch defensive Dao artifact that was refined by the ancestors of the Sword Saint clan. It was comparable to a quasi-divine artifact. For generations, it had been the inherited defensive magic treasure of the famous Sword Saint clan. In the entire 9-star civilization, there were very few defensive Dao treasures that could compare to it. However, before Huang Dasheng could rejoice, the shield made a cracking sound. A clear crack could be seen on the ground. Not good. Huang Dasheng took advantage of this brief moment of resistance and immediately fled to the exit. Crack. In the end, the jade shield was unable to hold on any longer and was completely shattered. The Absolute Heaven Sword carried a strong aura of resentment. It turned into a blood-red light and stabbed towards Huang Dasheng's back. Huang Dasheng was shocked to the extreme. His eyes were filled with despair. It's over. But perhaps it was not time for him to die yet. When the Absolute Heaven Sword was about to stab Huang Dasheng to death, the blood-red light on the sword's surface fluctuated unsteadily. From blood-red, it gradually returned to emerald green. The two colors were constantly changing within the Absolute Heaven Sword, as if they were fighting for control of the sword. In the end, the emerald green light showed a crushing momentum and once again occupied the entire body of the sword. Only the hilt of the sword was blood-red. Emerald green represented the sword spirit of the Absolute Heaven Sword. It was born by absorbing the divine souls of 8 great sages. It was extremely noble. The remaining blood-red color should be the unwilling consciousnesses of the great sages of the Foam Clan and Old Demon Shui. Because there was a flaw in the forging process of the Absolute Heaven Sword, the remaining consciousnesses of the two had a chance to exist. The sword spirit could not destroy the remaining consciousnesses, and the consciousnesses could no longer control the Absolute Heaven Sword. However, their existence made everyone who wanted to control the Absolute Heaven Sword flinch. Anyone who held the blood-red hilt would definitely be attacked by the remaining consciousnesses. They would lose their rationality and be controlled by them. Clang. The Absolute Heaven Sword that could be controlled stabbed into the ground and returned to silence. Huang Dasheng and the others, who were still in shock, were panting heavily. They still had not recovered from the dangerous situation just now. It was too dangerous. He was so close to dying in the hands of the Absolute Heaven Sword. Fortunately, the sword spirit was strong enough. After a while, Huang Dasheng and the other great sages of the Foam Clan confirmed that the Absolute Heaven Sword had completely stabilized. They then took out the sword sheath and carefully sheathed it. However, they did not dare to touch the hilt of the Absolute Heaven Sword. Your Excellency, I'll leave the remaining consciousnesses in the sword to you. Huang Dasheng offered the Absolute Heaven Sword with both hands and handed it to the Emperor's clone. The latter nodded slightly. Although it's a little troublesome, it won't be a problem to get rid of the remaining consciousnesses. You all did well, the unfettered Emperor's clone praised. Huang Dasheng heaved a sigh of relief. It was great that the Emperor did not blame them. Next, they just had to catch the few thieves who stole their primordial energy. I'll take my leave first. The unfettered Emperor's clone held the Absolute Heaven Sword and soared into the sky, returning to the Holy Mountain. However, just as he was about to leave through the gap, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the ground and ignited the unfettered Emperor's clone. Ah! Why is this thing released? In just an instant, the unfettered Emperor's clone was burned. The half of his body that he had painstakingly pieced together was immediately destroyed. He cried out in pain, and his voice was filled with great fear. His original body might not be afraid of this fire, but he was only a clone now, and more than half of it was damaged. The clone made a prompt decision and raised the Emperor's ruler, slashing at his lower body. Crack! The lower body that was on fire was immediately abandoned. The upper body held the Absolute Heaven Sword and rushed out quickly. However, not long after he rushed out, the black shadow chased after him again. In the endless void, only the unfettered Emperor's angry roar could be heard, and then his voice gradually calmed down. All that was left was some burnt residue that fell to the ground with a clatter. The pupils of the Mingjian Saint tribe's people shrank to the extreme. That black shadow, could it be? Huang Dasheng's whole body trembled, and he was even more terrified than when he faced the Absolute Heaven Sword. Looking at the falling ashes, he immediately shouted, "All the people of the Mingjian Saint tribe, evacuate." Immediately, the Absolute Heaven Sword chased after Huang Dasheng because it contained the remnant consciousnesses of the Foam Clan's great sage and old blood demon. It would only harm Huang Dasheng and the other great sages. However, that black shadow was different. It had been suppressed by the Mingjian Saint tribe for several eras, and it had long been full of resentment toward them. Now that it was free, the first thing it would do was to destroy the Mingjian Saint tribe. Hearing this, The people of the Mingjian Saint tribe fled, panic on their faces. The birth of the Absolute Heaven Sword was really full of troubles. First, the Absolute Heaven Sword failed and almost killed Huang Dasheng. Now, it released that trace of terrifying tribulation fire. Huang Dasheng and the other great sages abandoned their people and fled first. In a corner of the mansion, Mo Heng supported his son, whose blood essence had been released, and hid in a secret room that he had prepared for a long time. That secret room was personally built by him, and it was indestructible. The refining process lasted half of his life, and the materials used were secretly saved from the refining process. This was because he had long expected that there would be chaos when the Absolute Heaven Sword was born. Chapter 29-23. He closed the door of the secret chamber and put his son down. He sighed and said, "On one side is the peerless ominous sword, and on the other side is the apocalyptic tribulation fire. The Sacred Sword clan has been too smooth these past few years, and they have forgotten themselves. In the past, the famed Sword Sacred clan had always acted cautiously to ensure that nothing would go wrong. However, in order to refine the Absolute Heaven Sword, he did not hesitate to suppress a trace of human-shaped tribulation fire. He was too confident in the process of forging the Absolute Heaven Sword. During this period, he had pointed out the flaws and shortcomings in the forging process, but the famous Sword Sacred clan did not believe him. In the end, he almost ended up being devoured by the Absolute Heaven Sword. "Father, did you make this?" RDA came to his senses and looked around the secret room in shock. He had grown up in the famed Sword Sacred clan and had seen countless Dao artifacts. However, he had never seen such an exquisite secret room before. Its grade was probably much higher than that of Great Sage Huang and the other great sages of the family. Now that things had come to this, Mo Heng could no longer conceal it. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes." RDA murmured, "So father has been hiding his artifact forging skills all along." A trace of pride appeared on Mo Heng's face and his eyes were filled with anticipation. "I hope my son will be proud of me." However, the response he received was something that Mo Heng did not expect. "Why are you hiding it?" RDA clenched his fist. "If you tell the 5 great sages, they will definitely be shocked by your talent and put you in an important position. You will become the most famous refiner in the Sacred Sword clan, and I will be the son of a refiner. I will not be called the son of a good-for-nothing, nor will I be looked down upon by others, nor will I be ostracized by my clan. Why? Why did you make me suffer so much?" What Mo Heng received was not pride but censure. He felt a stabbing pain in his heart. His son, who had been mentally suppressed since he was young, had a very extreme mentality. He wanted to curry favor with the famed Sword Sacred clan, gain their recognition and attention, and get rid of his lowly status. "Child, I was deceived by the famed Sword Sacred clan all those years ago and was forcefully enslaved. Let me ask you, how could I be willing to serve them?" Mo Heng spoke of his suffering. Back then, he had fallen in love with a female member of the Sword Sacred clan. She had invited him here, saying that she wanted to bring him to meet her father to discuss the marriage. It was only after he arrived that he realized that it was all a scam crafted by the female clansman. As soon as he arrived, he was enslaved and became a tool for the famed Sword Sacred clan to forge artifacts. And he wasn't the only one who had a similar experience. There were also other artificers who had been tricked by the Sword Sacred tribe's female clansmen. However, the special thing was that the female tribesman accidentally gave birth to his child, RDA. Later on, when the female clansman went out to deceive others, she was exposed and killed. Therefore, Mo Heng raised the child alone. Unexpectedly, RDA's mentality was completely distorted by his childhood. "Father, why are you still brooding over the past? Let's let bygones be bygones. What we should do now is demonstrate our worth and fight for the Sacred Sword clan's recognition. Only then will we have a good life," RDA said longingly. "There's still time. Let's contact the 5 great saints and get them to bring our clansmen here to seek refuge. That way, we'll owe the Sword Sacred race a debt of gratitude. Once we survive this, we'll become the Sword Sacred race's benefactors." RDA stood up and hobbled towards the door of the secret room. Mo Heng was disappointed. Yes, this was his son. He had been completely nurtured into a loyal and devoted slave by the famed Sword Sacred clan. From the body to the heart, everything was in slave. Child, it's already too late, Mohung sighed. Right now, the human-shaped tribulation fire should have returned and was ready to kill in all directions. The famed Sword Sacred clan's clansmen would not be able to escape annihilation. Father, the more dangerous it is, the more valuable our rescue will be, Ada said agitatedly and opened the door of the secret room again. Through the crack, he could see some clansmen fleeing in panic from afar. Many of them were people who had looked down on him before. If they were given a place to hide now, they would definitely not dare to look down on him in the future, right? He opened his mouth and was about to shout when Mohung closed the door of the secret room again. His eyes revealed undisguised disappointment. A person must have a backbone. Not only did he not resent the way the famed Sword Sacred clan treated him and his father, he actually wanted to rescue them and gain their recognition. How lowly must he be to have such a thought? Father, if you want to be a wimp for the rest of your life, that's your business, but I don't want to. Ada pushed Mohung away with a face full of anger. Now is my chance to make a contribution, no one can stop me. Mohung staggered, his heart in pain. Was it not good to watch the famed Sword Sacred clan be destroyed? Why must he be their slave? Then I'll leave this secret room to you. It will be a turning point in your life. The reason why Mohung stayed was because he cared about this flesh and blood of his. However, his performance was too disappointing. He took a step forward and walked out of the secret room. Ada's heart was in a mess. Although his father was a wimp, he had relied on him all these years. He never thought that there would be a day when his father would leave him. Father, are you going to leave me behind? I'm your son. Ada did not dare to leave the secret room and loudly criticized. Mohung sighed, it's true that you are my son, but you are not young anymore. You should have been independent long ago. In the future, take care of yourself. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he displayed his powerful cultivation and immediately left. Ada chased after him, but the sky suddenly turned pitch black. Boundless black flames descended like a heavenly tribulation. Ada was so frightened that he immediately retreated and shouted to the nearby famed Sword Sacred clan clansmen, "Come quickly, there's a secret room here." The famed Sword Sacred clan clansmen who were busy running for their lives rushed over when they heard that. In the blink of an eye, over 100 people, all of them core members of the clan, entered the secret room. Just as they dodged in, the black tribulation flames descended from the sky. Ada immediately closed the door. Explosions and screams could be heard outside. One could imagine that the outside had fallen into a sea of flames. However, apart from the temperature rising slightly in this secret room, there was actually nothing wrong with it. An entire day passed. The commotion outside gradually calmed down, and they tried to open a crack in the secret room. Unexpectedly, a wisp of remnant tribulation flames swept in and burned 2 nearby ancient sages to ashes on the spot. This scene gave everyone a fright, and they immediately closed the door. It was not until an entire month later, when the footsteps of animals came from outside, that they opened the door to the secret room. What entered their eyes was a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The huge sword-shaped residence of the famed Sword Sacred clan had already disappeared. All that was left was an incomparably pitch-black circular pit and countless ashes. The former building had already been reduced to ashes. Only a few demonic beasts were left in the ruins, searching for food. The rest are all dead, an ancient sage said in a daze. Looking at the scene back then, most of the clansmen had not escaped the range of the tribulation flames. Only 5 great sages had escaped first. The famed Sword Sacred clan had almost been exterminated. Chapter 29-24. Fortunately, the elites of the clan were still alive. With them around, it was only a matter of time before they rebuilt the famed Sword Sacred clan. Well done. As the clan master, the ancient sage patted Ada's shoulder and praised, "Thanks to you, the famed Sword Sacred clan was able to avoid total annihilation. Your contribution cannot go unnoticed." Ada was overjoyed. For so many years, he had been living at the bottom of the famed Sword Sacred clan and was looked down upon by everyone. He did not expect to be praised by the high and mighty clan master today. One had to know that in the past, he could not even meet the clan master. I'll consider giving you a reward. The clan master's eyes revealed an unfathomable look. RDA immediately knelt down in fear and trepidation. I'm a member of the famed Sword Sacred clan. Everything I've done is what I should do. I dare not ask for a reward. You must accept my reward. The clan master's eyes became even more profound. RDA was overjoyed. His decision was indeed correct. Only by providing help in times of need would he be rewarded generously. He lowered his head and said embarrassedly, "This group does not dare to disobey the clan master's orders." The clan master said indifferently. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm and patted RDA's chest. A ball of flames ignited in his palm, immediately burning on RDA's chest. It caused an excruciating pain on his forehead. RDA screamed due to the pain and wanted to break free. But the two young clansmen behind him had ferocious sneers on their faces. They grabbed RDA and pressed him to the ground, allowing the fire to burn his chest. The extremely cruel process lasted for half a cup of tea's time. RDA felt that he had suffered unprecedented torture in his life. The persecution he had suffered in the past was not even a fraction of this. He screamed incessantly. In the end, his limbs twitched in pain. He did not even have the strength to scream. He lay on the ground like a dead pig, panting weakly. A slave mark appeared on his chest. But what was different from a normal slave mark was that it was the same as Mo Heng's. Haha, did you hear that just now? This bastard actually called himself a member of our famed Sword Sacred clan. A young member of the famed Sword Sacred clan scornfully stepped on RDA's butt and sneered. Ha ha ha, what a surprise. We usually treat him like a beast, but at the critical moment, he actually saved us. Don't you think it's strange? Who asked him to be born from that good-for-nothing Mo Heng? He's probably born with low intelligence. Did you see that just now? He really thought that we were going to reward him. He was so excited. Stupid pig. The familiar disdain, no, it was even more serious than before, drowned Ada like a terrible tide. He didn't understand. He had clearly helped them, so why didn't they acknowledge him? Why? This was because people only interacted with existences of equal status. Would a person become friends with a beast without any dignity? Obviously not. RDA belittled himself. It would be strange if the noble Sword Sacred clan would treat him as one of their own. The patriarch stared at the slave mark on Mo Heng's chest and sneered, "Mo Heng, it turns out that you've been hiding your strength all along. You've even deceived the 5 great sages in the family. However, a slave for a day is a slave for life. Don't even think about escaping the control of the famous Sword Sacred clan." It turned out that after learning that this secret room was refined by Mo Heng, the patriarch realized that something was amiss. Mo Heng had been hiding his true strength all this time. Now that the famous Sword Sacred clan had 1,000 things to do, they couldn't afford to lose a refining genius like Mo Heng. Catching him back was not secondary to recovering the lost primordial energy. He didn't leave a slave mark on RDA. A trash like RDA was not worthy of him personally using the mark. What he did was to determine the other party's position through the bloodline relationship between RDA and Mo Heng. Look after him. The patriarch casually produced a long chain and locked RDA up like a dog. Then he went to find the 5 great sages. After the tribulation fire destroyed the famous Sword Sacred clan, it went to chase after the 5 great sages. It was unknown whether they were still alive. Those 5 great sages were the most important core of the famous Sword Sacred clan. If they died, the famous Sword Sacred clan would recuperate and recover. The traces left behind by the tribulation fire were very obvious. Wherever it passed, the world was scorched. Following the scorched traces, the patriarch found a place that the famous Sword Sacred clan was most unwilling to step into, the Black Abyss. Judging from the traces, the tribulation fire had chased into the Black Abyss. The 5 great sages must have also stepped into it. But what he didn't know was that 2 more people had also hidden in the Black Abyss. Deep in the Black Abyss, on a cliff, Bai Shui hugged Suyu tightly in her arms, secretly using her energy to heal his eyes. "You're going too far, aren't you?" Bai Shui looked at Su Yu's blind eyes, puzzled. Su Yu's eyes were still tingling with pain. The sharp sword energy of the absolute heaven sword was still reverberating in his eyes. As long as the sword energy was not extinguished, any treatment from Bai Shui would be useless. "Don't waste your energy, I'll do it myself," Su Yu said calmly. He had lost his sight once before, so this time he was very calm. Even if he couldn't use his eyes, he could still use his soul eyes to see through everything. "You'd better stay away from me." Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. Bai Shui was startled. "Why?" Su Yu did not speak. His eyes, which had lost focus, opened, and there was a pale color in the depths of his pupils. That was the state of his soul eyes. Once it was activated, everything in the world could be seen through, including Bai Shui in front of Su Yu. Her luxurious dress was completely seen through. Her entire body was naked in front of Su Yu, and he could see everything clearly. When his gaze swept past her chest, he could not help but be surprised. "It's so big." When Bai Shui was naked, it was only the size of a steamed bun. It could be imagined that Bai Shui had hidden herself. What Su Yu saw was only the surface. The seemingly petite Bai Shui actually had another body. Finally, Bai Shui sensed something and immediately covered her chest. Why are your eyes so perverted?" Su Yu averted his gaze and calmly said, "I told you to stay away from me." "Shameless, despicable, perverted, dirty," Bai Shui muttered, the blush on her face lingering. In the past, it had been a fake body, so Su Yu had seen it. But what he had just seen was her real body. Su Yu suddenly gestured for her to keep quiet, pointing deep into the black abyss. "Don't speak." Bai Shui covered her chest, looking down into the black abyss. She did not see any movement for a long time. "You're trying to be mysterious again," she said. Before she could finish, Bai Shui finally heard something. Lowering her head to take a closer look, she discovered that black skeletons were surging out of the black abyss like a tidal wave. There were all sorts of skeletons, but all of them were corpses that had died on the battlefield. For some reason, they had left the black abyss en masse and were climbing upwards. From their speed, they seemed to be in a panic. Chapter 29-25. Bai Shui panicked. She immediately prepared to flee upwards to avoid encountering the skeleton army. However, Su Yu pulled him back and said, "Don't be impatient. The skeletons had no murderous intent. They were just moving." Indeed, the army of skeletons, like a black tide, quickly climbed up the cliff. When they encountered the two of them, they did not hesitate. They all went around them and fled in a panic. After half an incense stick of time, the uncountable black tide army had all retreated. The black abyss had returned to its previous deathly stillness. But the more it was so, the more they felt apprehensive. It was as if there was a terrifying existence staring at them from within the black abyss. Su Yu also felt apprehensive. "We should not stay here for long. It was not advisable to go deeper into the black abyss." But right at this moment, an incomparably violent fluctuation came from above their heads. A golden spear turned into a golden stream of light and fiercely shot towards where the two of them were. The light was even more powerful than Bai Shui, an ancient saint. It was almost at the level of a great saint. By the time the two of them reacted, it was too late to escape. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu raised his hand and grabbed the golden spear with the help of Heavenly Prince Miraflower's powerful body. Creak, 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 the golden spear created a purple flame in his palm, drawing blood from the Heavenly Prince. But its speed was greatly reduced. Su Yu and Bai Shui could easily dodge it. Puff, the golden spear pierced through Su Yu's black robe, nailing him to the cliff. "Hey!" The owner of the spear let out a surprised sound. "Who are you? You managed to withstand my attack." The newcomer was the master of the Sword Saint tribe, a being only one step away from becoming a great saint. In terms of combat power, he was not much weaker than a real great saint. When he descended, he had noticed the abnormality of the black tide of skeletons. They had all gone around a certain area. So he concluded that there might be someone there and tried to shoot out a spear. He did not expect them to withstand it. "It's you." When they got closer, The master suddenly realized. Where is the primordial energy? Hand it over. Bai Shui gritted her teeth, cursing her bad luck. She had barely escaped the pursuit of 5 great sages, but now she was blocked by the patriarch. That primal energy was not easy to obtain. Should he try to resist? Don't try to rely on luck. When you first arrived, I already knew that there was a problem with your identities. The patriarch said indifferently, since I dared to let you in, I naturally have the confidence to make you stay. With a wave of his hand, a small rotating cauldron appeared in his palm. Bai Shui was unfamiliar with the small cauldron, but Su Yu was very familiar with it. Mortal life cauldron? Su Yu muttered softly. Back then, the human ancestor used the mortal life cauldron to leave behind a gigantic hole in the ancient battlefield, which became the black abyss of today. It would be strange if the famed sword sacred race wasn't envious. They had painstakingly refined the mortal life cauldron replica for many years. Hey, you do have a good eye. The clan master said in surprise, one of you is the temple master of the Temple of Heaven, and the other is holding a fake invitation letter. This combination is really interesting. When Su Yu first came in, the invitation letter had not been seen through, but there were only so many invitations sent out. In the end, there was one extra invitation letter. Even an idiot from the famed Sword Sacred clan would know that one of the invitations was fake. In comparison, Su Yu, who was beside Bai Shui, was the most suspicious. But they did not make a move, planning to wait for the absolute heaven sword to appear and kill them all. But Su Yu and Bai Shui's vitality was exceptionally strong. Not only did they not die, but they also snatched away a large portion of the primal energy. Bai Shui's heart sank. She had still been recognized. This primal energy was a little tricky. If the famed Sword Sacred clan went to the Temple of Heaven to cause trouble in the future, the Temple of Heaven would not be able to resist. Hand over the primal energy. The clan master approached step by step, emitting a tyrannical aura. Su Yu grabbed the golden spear on his shoulder and decisively pulled Bai Shui into the depths of the black abyss. You want to leave? The clan master immediately gave chase. But not long after, the clan master abruptly stopped in his tracks. He had felt a suction force from the black abyss. It was as if a huge vortex of air was wreaking havoc below. Su Yu and Bai Shui had no choice but to stop as well, their expressions grave. Su Yu's transparent eyes could see even more clearly. What vortex was that? It was clearly a gigantic skeletal demonic beast. It was opening its mouth wide, crazily swallowing the remaining skeletons on the cliff. After swallowing them, the size of the skeletal demonic beast would increase by a notch. Su Yu's scalp went numb. Anything could exist in the black abyss. His heart sank. There really was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. The clan master was also extremely fearful. Hand over the primal energy to me, and I can promise to let you live. If Su Yu and the others were sucked in, the consequences would be dire. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to let them live. What happened in the famed Sword Sacred clan could not be revealed to the outside world. As he spoke, he approached step by step. Su Yu grabbed Bai Shui, multitasking. He observed the movements of the giant demonic beast below while guarding against the famed Sword Sacred clan master. Both were closing in on them, especially the giant demonic beast. After noticing the 3 of them, it immediately gave up on the other skeletons and charged toward them. When it was 100,000 zhong away from them, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly shot out from the mouth of the demonic beast. The lightning was extremely fast. Even Su Yu's transparent eyes could not capture it. But his heart was alarmed, and he felt a strong sense of danger. Without hesitation, he grabbed Bai Shui and dodged to the side. The famed Sword Sacred clan master could not see what was happening within the black abyss. But seeing Su Yu and the others suddenly dodge, he knew something was wrong and dodged as well. But he was still a step too late. A purple snake like withered vines wrapped around the clan master's ankle, then fiercely pulled downwards. Even someone as strong as the clan master could not resist and was immediately pulled into the black abyss. No. At the critical moment, the clan master felt a strong desire to live, throwing out the mortal cauldron. Light shot out from within the cauldron, enveloping Su Yu and Bai Shui. The two of them were immediately pulled into the replica mortal cauldron by the light. Su Yu and Bai Shui had no choice but to resist, trying to free themselves from the mortal cauldron. Thus, they barely managed to slow down the clanmaster's fall. Just as he thought he had escaped death, the skeleton demonic beast below suddenly exerted its strength, instantly dragging the clanmaster down. Su Yu and Bai Shui were also dragged down, falling rapidly. Seeing that they were about to be swallowed along with the clanmaster, Su Yu decisively shot out a shred of holy body power, cutting off the light that was dragging them down. Ding! At the critical moment, they finally broke free. They could hear the clanmaster's violent screams coming from the mouth of the skeleton demonic beast below. But Su Yu and Bai Shui were not out of danger. They were less than 10,000 zhong away from the skeleton demonic beast. Chapter 29-26. If they retreated now, the skeleton demonic beast would use its tongue, and they would not have any time to react. In a split second, Su Yu did not retreat. He grabbed Bai Shui and ran in the opposite direction. Not only did he not retreat, but he charged toward the black abyss. They crossed 1,000 feet in an instant. The skeleton demonic beast extended its tongue, wanting to wrap around Su Yu and Bai Shui, but they were already behind it. Its tongue lost its agility and brushed past Su Yu's shoulder, unable to wrap around Su Yu in time. Taking this opportunity, Su Yu and Bai Shui leaped into the depths of the black abyss. Creak! The skeleton demonic beast let out a roar, turning to chase after Su Yu and Bai Shui. The two of them could only brace themselves as they headed deeper into the black abyss. The closer they got, the more they felt the threat within the depths of the black abyss. But the skeleton demonic beast was hot on their heels, and they had no choice but to continue deeper. Half a day later. The chase did not stop. What made Su Yu's heart palpitate was that the deeper they went, the more ferocious skeletons there were. Even they were moving further and further away from the abyss, as if they were seriously shocked. They even met skeletons that were stronger than the skeleton demonic beast. Everything told them that there was a great danger at the bottom of the abyss. In the end, even the skeleton demonic beast that had been chasing them all this time finally stopped. Its burning eyes flickered with a hint of fear. After letting out a cry of dissatisfaction, it decisively turned and fled the abyss. Su Yu and Bai Shui immediately stopped. Their surroundings could no longer be described as dark. They could not see anything around them, as if they were in a black swamp. Even Su Yu's transparent eyes could not see clearly what was going on at the bottom of the abyss. Let's leave quickly. Bai Shui unknowingly grabbed Su Yu's sleeve, her heart filled with worry. Su Yu did not dare stay any longer. As he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a ball of emerald light flash past the bottom of the abyss. That is. Su Yu was shocked. Even though it had only been a flash, he had seen it clearly. The absolute heaven sword. Wasn't that sword successfully refined by the famous sword sacred race and obtained? Why would it appear in the abyss? As Su Yu recalled the frightening power of the sword, his heart thumped wildly. This sword was said to have been forged by the Xiaoyaro Emperor. All the materials used were unknown materials from the sacred mountain, and the human-shaped tribulation fire and other lofty flames were used. It took an entire era's worth of effort to forge this sword. Su Yu had witnessed its power with his own eyes. Even a great sage expert was killed by a single slash. There was no way to resist it. In the entire nine-star civilization, apart from the primal Chaos Heavens clan, no one could contend against them. If he could get his hands on this sword, so what if he had to face the goddess race alone? You go first. Su Yu's eyes flickered. I saw the absolute heaven sword. He didn't hide anything. If White Snow was willing to take the risk, he wouldn't mind sharing the sword with her. If they were unwilling to take the risk, he wouldn't make things difficult for them. Absolute heaven sword. Bai Shui's eyes burned with passion, but when she looked at the dark abyss that she couldn't even see through, she instinctively felt fear. After struggling for a long time, he sighed and said, I'm not going. Moreover, I advise you not to go. The absolute heaven sword is not something we can control. The black abyss was extremely dangerous. So what if he obtained the absolute heaven sword? Did they have the right to hold such a sword in their hands? They couldn't withstand the wrath of the Saint Mountain's emperor. I've made up my mind. Su Yu's eyes flickered. He wasn't greedy for the absolute heaven sword, but there were too many reasons for him to master even greater power and artifacts. Above him were the people who trusted him. Below him were Xia Jingyu, Qin Xiana, Xie Xiaoye, and other important people in his life. Even if it was risky, he had to get the absolute heaven sword. Bai Shui looked deeply at Su Yu and sighed. All right, you're on your own. Let's part ways here. This place was filled with incomparably dangerous skeletons. She couldn't wait for Su Yu nearby. Go, Su Yu said lightly. Both sides had gotten their hands on the primordial energy. It was time to bid farewell to each other. Take care. With that, Bai Shui leaped away. Not long after, she remembered something. You should return the seal of the Heavenly Law Palace to me, but when she looked back, she found that Su Yu had already entered the black abyss. The veins on Bai Shui's forehead throbbed. Is this guy going to reincarnate? Suddenly, the threatening sounds of the skeletons could be heard. Bai Shui's heart tightened and she immediately left. She couldn't help but worry. This guy, please don't use the seal of the Heavenly Law Palace. The seal of the Heavenly Law Palace of the aristocratic families was something that could only be found by chance. It could never fall into the hands of a wanderer. But Su Yu was so powerful, he couldn't be a wanderer, right? Su Yu plunged into the deepest part of the black abyss. Soon, he felt something solid beneath his feet. He had reached the bottom of the black abyss. The ground here was boiling with a layer of evil energy. The evil energy was so deep that it even began to seep into Tianzi Jinghua's body. Su Yu's heart trembled. His holy body power surged out, forcing the evil energy out of his body. Not only that, but he also set up a Yuan realm, holy body power, and chaotic force around him. The three powers combined to form a defense. Only after ensuring his personal safety did he have the leisure to observe the situation outside. Ding ding, the crisp sound of a sword fell into his ears. Su Yu immediately walked over cautiously. When he was 10,000 feet away, he finally managed to see something with his transparent eye. He saw 5 figures fighting with the absolute heaven sword. The absolute heaven sword had been sheathed, so its power was greatly reduced. That was how the 5 figures were able to compete with it. Su Yu walked forward again. Suddenly, he stepped on a soft protrusion under his feet and stiffened slightly. He looked down and found that it was just a soft stone. He didn't care and continued to move forward. After 10,000 feet, he finally saw the scene clearly. However, what caused him to suck in a breath of cold air was that the 5 figures were none other than the 5 great sages of the Sword Saint clan. Each of the 5 great sages had a long chain wrapped around their necks. Even the body of the absolute heaven sword was bound by a chain. The 6 chains bound them, and they were like puppets, fighting and killing each other. Could it be? Su Yu looked at the source of the 6 chains and found that the end of the chains was embedded in a mountain. Just as Su Yu was surprised, the mountain moved. And in the pitch-black sky of the abyss, 2 blood-red cracks appeared at the same time. The cracks grew larger and larger, and finally opened into 2 spheres. In the center of the sphere, there was a golden round hole. It moved slightly and aimed at Su Yu. Chapter 29-27. Could it be that he had stepped on? Gulp, the blood moon in the darkness began to turn and stare at Su Yu. In the darkness, there seemed to be something slowly approaching. At the critical moment, Su Yu displayed the 8 great Yuan realm, condensing it into a realm torch, forcibly illuminating the surroundings. The light only lasted for a moment before it was swallowed up by the darkness again. But in an instant, Su Yu had already seen everything in front of him. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle. In the moment of the light, he saw a huge golden skeleton. It sat cross-legged in the black abyss, its hands flat on its knees. A huge head was looking down at Su Yu. What Su Yu had stepped on just now was the thumb of its foot. That was not the only terrifying thing. He saw with his own eyes that the chains on the 5 great saints and the absolute heaven sword were all wrapped around the giant's wrists. In other words, it was the golden skeleton that imprisoned them. Thinking of this, Su Yu's scalp went numb. He had seen the peerless power of the Absolute Heaven Sword with his own eyes. But even the powerful Absolute Heaven Sword had been captured alive. Moreover, it was forced to be controlled by the 5 great saints, like a puppet performing for the golden skeleton. Su Yu suddenly remembered an ancient rumor. Every time the moon was full, there would be a huge towering battle shadow projected between heaven and earth from the black abyss. Wherever it was projected, everything would wither and not even a blade of grass would grow. Could it be that the owner of that enormous figure was this golden puppet? At this moment, the 2 blood moon-like eyes slowly approached. He could faintly hear the movement caused by the huge body moving. Su Yu's heart quivered. He finally understood why the creatures in the black abyss were fleeing at all costs. That was because this extremely ancient and terrifying golden skeleton had awakened. Su Yu did not move recklessly. The 5 great saints and the Absolute Heaven Sword were imprisoned as puppets. His resistance would only be futile, and it would also trigger dangerous actions from the golden skeleton. The 2 blood moons were getting closer and closer. Finally, it was only 100 feet away from Su Yu. In the blood mist, Su Yu could vaguely see the face of the golden skeleton. "You! Holy body!" The golden skeleton let out an ancient and boundless voice. Above its head, an extremely old and decaying oil lamp slowly appeared. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Holy body oil lamp. It was an oil lamp that only a sacred body could possess. However, the golden skeleton's oil lamp was much bigger and more complicated than Su Yu's. It was conceivable that when he was at his peak, his divine body had reached a terrifying level, and he had received an endless amount of faith. The reason for his death was self-evident. Destroyed by the Son of Heaven. However, Su Yu did not sense any kindness from this fallen saint body. Instead, those blood-red eyes revealed a trace of coldness that made Su Yu's hair stand on end. "Give me your body." As expected, the golden skeleton spoke in a hoarse voice. It then raised its golden finger and pointed at Su Yu's body. Kylar, his black robe was torn apart, revealing his true appearance, Mirrorflower Heaven's son. What? The 5 great sages and the ultimate heaven sword were all shock. The person who stole their energy was actually Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower? How could that be? Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower was still in the process of resurrection, and Heavenly Prince Xiao Yarrow was in charge of the whole process. How could he let Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower go looking for energy by himself? Moreover, the Absolute Heaven Sword was forged for Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower. It was a sword prepared for her. Why did Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower make such a big fuss about the birth of the Absolute Heaven Sword? Everything made them understand that things were not as simple as they had imagined. The golden skeleton's finger should have crushed Su Yu to the ground. However, when it noticed Su Yu's body, it withdrew its golden finger instinctively. Its blood-red eyes quickly distanced themselves from Su Yu, revealing the fear that came from the depths of its soul. It seemed that it still remembered the fragmented memories of its death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yu did not retreat. Instead, he slowly walked towards the golden skeleton. Creak, the golden skeleton's fear deepened. Its 2 blood-red eyes kept trembling, and its huge body could not help but stand up. It strode deeper into the black abyss to escape. So much so that the 5 great sages and the ultimate heaven sword had no time to care about them. They left them where they were, not daring to pay any attention to them. The 5 great sages felt as if they had been pardoned. They tried their best to break free from the chains on their bodies. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He flew to the front of the ultimate heaven sword and grasped the scabbard. He noticed that the hilt of the ultimate heaven sword had a strange blood-red color. He felt that something was wrong, so he did not touch it. "Stop!" Huang Dasheng shouted sternly as he untied the chains. "Fake Mirrorflower Heaven, do you think you can fool us?" The other 4 great saint clansmen had the same attitude. They were the ones who had communicated with Xiao Yarrow Heaven, so they understood Mirrorflower Heaven's current situation best. The Mirrorflower Heaven in front of them was not her real self. Su Yu was secretly annoyed. He shouted in a low voice, do you want to die?" Were they afraid that the golden skeleton could not hear such a loud noise? The 5 great sages realized this. They untied the chains and hurriedly prepared to intercept Su Yu. Su Yu came and went freely. He grabbed the ultimate heaven sword and immediately fled to the top of the black abyss. However, he had only taken a few steps when the huge footsteps that had disappeared reappeared. Thump! Su Yu and the 5 great sages felt their hearts skip a beat. The golden skeleton had returned. It had a certain level of intelligence. From the words of Huang Dashing and the others, Su Yu's body of mirrorflower heaven was not the one it was afraid of. Su Yu had no time to argue with them. He used all the strength he could use to run all the way up. Crack! 5 consecutive sounds of chains breaking could be heard. The 5 great sages broke free one after another, fleeing outwards in terror. Before this, they had been forced to flee into the abyss by the disastrous fire. The disastrous fire had a premonition that there was something dangerous in the black abyss. Seeing that the situation was not good, it had left first. However, by the time they wanted to leave, it was too late. This terrifying golden skeleton had suppressed all of them with just a little finger. Even the ultimate heaven sword, which had fallen into the black abyss, was not spared. They were all captured. If they did not escape now, they would be trapped in the black abyss for the rest of their lives. There was no guarantee that they would be eaten by the skeleton at any time. Roar! From afar, the loud roar of the golden skeleton could be heard. The 5 great sages were horrified as they ran all the way. They had only run for a cup of tea's time when the entire black abyss began to tremble. The 4 walls of the black abyss shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Su Yu looked down through his soul eyes, and his pupils constricted. The golden skeleton was like a human ape, climbing the cliff of the black abyss and catching up with them at an astonishing speed. It would not be long before the golden skeleton caught up and captured them again. There was no time for all of them to escape. Chapter 29-28. Since this sword was forged for Emperor Xiaoyao, could Emperor Mirrorflower's body control it as well? Seeing that the golden skeleton was about to catch up to him, Su Yu decisively grabbed the hilt of his sword. The blood-red hilt of the sword was where the Foam clan's sacred ancestor and old demon blood's resentment resided. Upon contact, their grievances immediately rushed into Su Yu's soul, trying to control it and indirectly control the absolute heaven sword. Without batting an eyelid, Su Yu opened the soul realm and condensed a layer of soul coat on the surface of his soul. The two's resentment attacked the outer layer of the soul and were immediately repelled. They were indeed great saints when they were alive, but now, they were just remnant souls. Hence, they posed no threat to Su Yu, who had mastered the soul domain. However, it would cause some trouble and affect him from activating the absolute heaven sword. If you want to take revenge, then don't try to affect me. Su Yu's voice reverberated in their souls, ensuring that their remnant souls could hear him. The Foam clan's divine ancestor and old demon Shui stopped their attacks and listened to Su Yu's voice. If this stalemate continues, I will die in the hands of the golden skeletons, but you will also be buried in the black abyss forever, never to see the light of day again. Help me now, and I will help you deal with your enemies in the future. Maybe I can even release you from the absolute heaven sword. What? If it was the former, they wouldn't be moved. But how could the Wind clan's divine ancestor and old demon Shui not be moved? Why should we believe what you said? The thoughts of the Foam clan's divine ancestor echoed rapidly in Su Yu's soul. Su Yu replied calmly, because I am the owner of the divine monument of the returning ruins. He clenched his fist, and the returning ruin divine steely flickered in his palm. The moment it appeared, the Foam clan's sacred ancestor and old demon Shui immediately let out miserable screams. The two of them were already dead objects, only leaving behind their remnant wills in time, and the returning ruins divine Steely was the final destination for all returning ruins people. It was easy to imagine the suppression on them. Quickly put it away. Old Devil Shui shouted. The Wind clan's divine ancestor endured the pain and said excitedly, "Greetings, Sinkhole Emperor Lord." Oh! Su Yu's eyes flickered. The master of the ruins of return? What was that? Could it be that he was the former master of the Void End realm? Old Devil Shui was also shocked. Sinkhole Emperor Lord? You. If it's really you, I, Old Devil Shui, am willing to follow you from now on. Me too, the Wind Clan's divine ancestor said excitedly. In this world, who could truly bring someone back from the dead? He wasn't the master of the domain of life, nor was he the master of death. Instead, he was the Sinkhole Empyrean Lord. The first two could only affect the life and death of a living being. But the latter was the one who truly controlled the cycle of reincarnation. If he nodded, how difficult would it be to bring them, who had already returned to the mortal world? As long as you are willing to cooperate, everything can be discussed, Suyu said calmly. Both of them were pleasantly surprised, and they immediately withdrew from Suyu's soul and returned to the hilt of their swords. Without any more obstacles, Suyu immediately pulled out the Absolute Heaven Sword. The shocking sharpness displayed the power of destruction. The entire Black Abyss was shaken by the reappearance of the Absolute Heaven Sword. The scalps of the 5 great saints below were numb, and they immediately avoided Suyu, lest they be destroyed by his sword. Even the golden skeleton that was chasing them slowed down. His blood-red eyes flickered with a flickering light, revealing fear. Suyu did not say a word. He held the Absolute Heaven Sword tightly and slashed toward the depths of the Black Abyss. There was no sword chi, nor was there any sharp aura. But as the sword slashed down, the cliff of the Black Abyss below immediately broke, and countless boulders fell with a rumble, pressing down on the golden skeleton. Roar! With a roar, the golden skeleton was pressed down, but it was unwilling to give up and was struggling to get up again. Suyu took advantage of this opportunity and did not hesitate to use all his domains, even exposing the power of his holy body, just to speed up his escape from this place. It took a whole day to come here, but it only took half a day to leave. When he rushed out of the Black Abyss and saw the light of day again, Suyu let out a deep breath. The Black Abyss was too oppressive. And what he saw was only the tip of the iceberg of the Black Abyss. There might be even more vast areas inside, with even more terrifying dead spirits. Roar! A roar that sounded like it was right next to his ear suddenly exploded. Suyu's body trembled, and he immediately fled to the horizon. Turning his head, he saw that the golden skeleton had crawled out of the Black Abyss. But as soon as its head emerged, it was shone by the sun, and its body immediately emitted a sizzling sound. It was actually burned by the sun. With a painful roar, the golden skeleton sank back into the Black Abyss. This place was an ancient battlefield, and there were too many remnants left behind. As an evil being, the golden skeleton was bound to be attacked by the remnants of this place. Seeing this scene, Suyu was a lot more relieved. But when the rest of the light swept over him, he could not help but be slightly shocked. He escaped, and the 5 great sages were also able to escape. The 5 of them looked at Suyu from afar, their expressions extremely complicated. They wanted to chase after him, but they were afraid of the Absolute Heaven Sword in Suyu's palm. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he raised the Absolute Heaven Sword and pointed it at them. The 5 great sages were scared out of their wits. How would they dare to think about it? They turned and ran, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Little did they know that Suyu's palm was already covered in blood. He was now in the body of Prince Mirrorflower, and yet he was still bleeding. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Buzz buzz buzz, the hilt of the Absolute Heaven Sword was constantly shaking, trying to break free from Suyu's control. This was not the doing of the Feng clan's holy ancestor and old demon Xue. On the contrary, they had been helping Suyu suppress the abnormality of the Absolute Heaven Sword. Because it was the sword spirit of the Absolute Heaven Sword that was trying to break free. This sword spirit had sensed the power of the holy body from Suyu's body, which was the most hostile power of the Holy Mountain Emperor. Therefore, it determined that Suyu was not its master and refused to be controlled. Return to the sheath. Suyu sheathed the Absolute Heaven Sword and no longer touched the hilt. Only then did the Absolute Heaven Sword stop. Suyu himself was extremely exhausted, and he fell weakly, leaning against a huge rock and gasping for breath. The attack of the Absolute Heaven Sword just now had caused a considerable loss. Almost all of his strength had been drained. During his rest, Suyu recalled his trip to the Holy Sword tribe and could not help but click his tongue. There had been many dangers, and a slight carelessness would have meant death. It was not easy to survive. However, all the risks were worth it. Not only had he obtained the primordial energy, but the amount far exceeded his expectations, reaching a full 70%. More importantly, he had obtained the absolute heaven sword. This was really unexpected. According to Mo Hung, this sword was a quasi-saint artifact, no less than the divine nine-dragon cauldron of the past. If I had grasped this sword back then, I would have been able to subdue the ninth realm, Suyu said regretfully. Now that he lacked the ninth realm, he could not begin to refine the real divine nine-dragon cauldron. Forget it, the ninth realm's ambition is higher than the sky. Hiding is only temporary, and it will show itself sooner or later, Suyu murmured. After resting for a moment, he swept his gaze and could not help but look beyond the sky. He wondered how the common people who had stayed behind in the broken civilization were doing. The demonic beast army that was handed over to them should have been tamed, right? Chapter 29:29. He had been gone for so long, it was time to return, right? With that in mind, he left the ancient battlefield and headed toward the exit of the nine-star civilization. 10 days later. Suyu's eyes finally reflected a lush, dark green color. After 10 days of trekking, he had finally successfully left the ancient battlefield. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure wearing a bamboo hat and a coat. He was not far away and had left at about the same time as Suyu. Suyu had not paid much attention and had no intention of spying on him. But his eyes had still been injured by the absolute heaven sword and were in a state of blindness. Thus, he had maintained the use of his soul eyes. Thus, with one glance, he had accidentally seen through the other party's bamboo hat. Seeing the figure, Suyu was a little surprised. Mo Hung, the genius craftsman imprisoned by the famed Sword Saint clan? Sensing something, Mo Hung abruptly turned to look at Zhongxian, sending him a warning look. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was Suyu and could not help but cry out in surprise, "It's you?" He quickly walked over, his expression incredulous. "You were able to escape the famed Sword Saint clan alive?" He knew that Suyu had escaped before the disastrous fire appeared. But he did not know that Suyu had the ability to face the pursuit of the famed Sword Saint clan. Suyu smiled. "You are the one who is truly surprising." His words seemed to have a deeper meaning. No matter how one looked at it, Mo Hung was surprising. Firstly, he could also escape, as if he had predicted that the famed Sword Saint clan would encounter a drastic change. Secondly, his craftsmanship skills were truly extraordinary. Not only did he predict that there was a problem with the crafting process of the Absolute Heaven Sword, but even more frightening was that the iron ball he crafted was several times more effective than the one crafted by Huang Dasheng and the others. So much so that Suyu had relied on a single iron ball to snatch away a full 70% of the primordial energy. No one would believe it if they said it. It could be seen that Mo Hung's craftsmanship skills were the best among the 100 craftsmen of the famed Sword Saint clan. Even in the entire nine-star civilization, there were not many who could compare. After all, the famed Sword Saint clan was the pinnacle of craftsmanship. The other forces should not have many more powerful craftsmen than the famed Sword Saint clan. "You flatter me." Mo Hung let out a light laugh. "Congratulations on getting your wish and obtaining most of the primordial energy. But to be honest, I never thought that you would really succeed." Mo Hung sighed. In the beginning, he had warned Suyu and Bai Shui not to enter the famed Sword Saint clan, or they would be in deep trouble. But what was the result? Suyu said, "I have to thank you for your gift. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today." It was conceivable that if they really went empty-handed like what the invitation letter said, would they be able to obtain a trace of primordial energy? Of course not. They could only watch helplessly as Huang Dasheng and the others used the iron balls to collect all the primordial energy, leaving nothing behind. "Your Excellency, congratulations on gaining your freedom. May I know where you will go next?" Suyu finally had some free time, so he chatted with him for a bit. Mo Hung looked at the vast land and shook his head slightly. "I don't know either." He had been imprisoned for half a epoch. His clan of the past had long since been obliterated by the passage of time, and he had lost contact with his old friends. Although he had escaped, he did not have a place to stay. "Are you interested in following me to the outside world?" Suyu pointed at the dark starry sky of the boundless expanse. Mohung thought for a moment, looking Suyu up and down, deep in thought. Suyu knew what he was worried about, and said, "Don't worry, I am not from the famed Sword Saint clan. I do not need to confine you to craft any artifacts." After careful thought, Mohung slowly nodded. "All right, I can accompany you to have a look. But let me make this clear, do not persuade me to join any forces. I have had enough of being bound." In the end, he agreed. Because he remembered the scene of Suyu saving him. As a strong martial artist, he could have ignored him, who was about to be killed by the skeleton, but Suyu still did so. It could be seen that Suyu still had a sense of justice in his heart that was rarely seen in strong martial artists. Would such a person confine him? Obviously not. Moreover, he had not fully repaid the debt of saving his life. It would not be too late to find an opportunity along the way to repay him. "Of course," Suyu said indifferently. And so, the two of them set off together. A few months later, they once again came to the entrance of the 9-star civilization. The checks here were stricter than before. And what made Suyu frown slightly was that in the past, only those who entered the 9-star civilization had to be checked. There was no need to search when leaving. Now, even leaving had to show a document. And the pythons in the passageway had all been replaced with gold. The presence of a total of 9 giant pythons made it impossible for the person with the fake document to hide. "This is troublesome," Mohung said with a frown. "I have been imprisoned for many years. The document has long been destroyed." Without the document, he could not leave the 9-star civilization. The 9-star civilization is not a place to stay for long. That foolish son of mine will most likely save the core members of the Sword Saint tribe. After they catch their breath, they will track me down sooner or later. I must head to the outer world. Suyu frowned and asked, "To tell you the truth, I do not have the real document. How do I obtain it?" There had to be an organization that issued the document, right? It could not have appeared out of thin air. Moreover, Suyu discovered that in the 9-star civilization, it was not only the strong who had the document. Many low-level cultivators and even ordinary people had the document. It could be seen that obtaining the document was not very difficult. "Obtaining the real document is both easy and difficult," Mohung said. "In order to obtain the document, you need to be at least an influential family with the approval of the stone statue issued by the Holy Mountain." Suyu's eyes flickered. "Stone statue?" Mohung said, "That's right. Every influential family has one. Only the document that has been stamped by the stone statue is the real document." As he spoke, Mohung sighed incessantly. "If it was in the past, a casual word from me would cause countless great clans to rush to issue me official documents. But now, I believe many people have already forgotten my name." His social circle had long since been destroyed during his imprisonment for half an era. Moreover, even if he still had contact with them, he would not dare to take the initiative to look for them. Who could guarantee that they had not been bribed by the Sword Saint tribe? Once he came into contact with them, he might be caught again. "The stone statue you mentioned, is it this?" Suyu took out a very simple stone statue from the space storage device. The base of the stone statue was carved with complicated words. This stone statue exuded an extremely dense aura of chaos. Seeing this item, Mohung's eyes widened. "Where did you get this?" His face was filled with astonishment. He did not understand at all. If Suyu had this item, why did he not have the document? "Oh, it's true," Suyu muttered. "It looks like I really did snatch an incredible item." This item was one of the 3 items he had snatched from Bai Shue's personal storage device. He had already used the invitation letter from the Sword Saint tribe. There was still the seal of the Heavenly Law Palace and the stone statue in front of him. Chapter 29:30. Snatched. Mohung clicked his tongue. "Then you really did snatch something good. With this item, you can gather all the wanderers from the outside world." Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Yes. Most of the wanderers would want to obtain the identity of a 9-star civilization. But their identities were very special. Most of them were defeated people who had been chased away, or those sinners who had been exiled to the outside world, or the descendants of those sinners. The forces of the 9-star civilizations were not willing to give them the official documents. Because whoever gave them the official documents would be responsible for them. If they caused a huge incident in the 9-star civilizations after obtaining the official documents, the force that gave them the official documents would be severely punished. Ha ha ha, I really have to thank Bai Shui. Suyu was suddenly enlightened. He had always been worried about his own people. The people in the Nightmare Crossing Lotus were like him, without official documents. He could think of a way to come to the 9-star civilizations, and he could do whatever he wanted there. But could they? If they were not careful and were found to have no official documents in the 9-star civilizations, the consequences would be dire. So they could only stay in the Nightmare Crossing Lotus. But now it was different. With this stone statue, he could create official documents in bulk for them. After thinking for a moment, Suyu took out the seal of the Heavenly Law Palace. What about this item? What does it do? Mo Hung looked at the item, his mouth twitching. Did you just rob the Palace of Heavenly Law? Why did you take out their seal of the Heavenly Law Palace? Suyu asked. Apart from commanding the Palace of Heavenly Law, what use does this item have in the outside world? Mo Hung clicked his tongue. Use. With this item, you would have a dominating position in the outside world. Wherever you go, all the wanderers would bow down and worship you. The Palace of Heavenly Law is known as the Alliance of the Pathmasters. It is the holy land of the Pathmasters. With this item, you can command the outside world. The competition among the 9-star civilizations was extremely fierce. Most of the forces appeared in the form of families. There were very few organizations like the Palace of Heavenly Law that were formed by ordinary living beings. Many wanderers with good cultivation bases wanted to join the Palace of Heavenly Law. Unfortunately, the Palace of Heavenly Law never favored the wanderers of the outside world. If Suyu held the seal of the Heavenly Law Palace and appeared as the master of the Heavenly Law Palace, one could imagine how influential he would be to the wanderers. Suyu was overjoyed. Stripping Bai Shui naked and forcefully snatching the crystal storage device from her chest had been a wise decision. Many thanks for your guidance. Suyu went to a corner and wrote 2 official documents on the spot, then stamped them with the stone statue's seal. As such, Suyu and Mo Hung swaggered into the passageway with the real document in their hands. When Mo Hung passed through, the golden python's eyes scanned Mo Hung's body. Then, it withdrew its gaze expressionlessly, as if nothing had happened. The inspector in the passageway immediately let them pass without making things difficult for them. It was Suyu's turn next. When he walked through the passageway, the 9 giant pythons looked at him and confirmed that it was the real document, so they didn't stop him. However, when the 10th eye looked over, it suddenly let out a sharp cry. Suyu's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. This giant golden python was the one that had discovered that he was a fake and its attack was ineffective. The document in Suyu's hand was real, but the golden python still remembered its aura. Now, it recognized it immediately. This beast. Suyu cursed in his heart, but he remained calm and did not panic. Whoosh! Dozens of powerful fighters locked their gazes on Suyu, filled with murderous intent. Powerful fighters appeared on both sides of the passageway at the same time, surrounding him with powerful Dao artifacts. The leader was none other than the black-robed man from before. He walked over solemnly and stared at Suyu cautiously. Hand over the document. Suyu handed the document over expressionlessly. The black-robed man took it and looked at it carefully. Special certificate from the Heavenly Law Palace, holder, Xie Baishui? Why is this name so weird? Xie Baishui was obviously thanking Bai Shui for allowing him to snatch the 2 treasures. Suyu said calmly, "What can I do if my parents give me a name?" Humph. The black-robed man grunted. He took out a testing device and carefully examined the seal on Suyu's document. After examining it for a while, he put away the device and returned the document to Suyu. "All right, let's go." Suyu pointed at the golden python that was baring its fangs at him. "What's going on?" The black-robed man stared at him. "Something must have gone wrong. I suggest you change to another one. It would not be good if something like this happened when some big shot traveled in the future, Suyu said as he slowly walked out with his hands behind his back. When the golden python heard this, it was so angry that it hissed non-stop. It anxiously wanted to tell the black-robed man that he was the infiltrator who had escaped. Unfortunately, it was a combination of a treasure and a living being. It could not speak. The black-robed man did not understand. He frowned and said, "Someone, change this python." What if, as Suyu said, a big shot came in the future and this problematic python caused a commotion? Yes. A group of stone guards immediately stepped forward and pulled the golden python down. The python screamed at the back of Suyu's departing figure, but no one could understand, in the outside world. Looking at the pitch-black world, Suyu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "What happened to the python?" Mohung asked. Suyu smiled and shook his head. "Nothing much. I just taught it a small lesson." He took a step forward, heading toward the dilapidated civilization. "Can I ask for your help?" Suyu took out the nightmare-crossing lotus throne and sat on it. Mohung understood. "You want to absorb the primordial energy, right? Don't worry, I will protect you." Suyu thanked him. "When I am done with my cultivation, I will give you 10% as repayment." He would not be able to use up so much primordial energy alone. There was no harm in thanking Mohung. Mohung's eyes flashed with desire. "Thank you in advance." He had been imprisoned for many years, his cultivation stagnant. He really wanted to improve his abilities. Under Mohung's protection, Suyu began to absorb the primordial energy. He took out the iron ball and gently sucked it in with his palm. The primordial energy flowed into his body through his skin like warm spring water. Instantly, his body was filled with unprecedented power. It was as if every muscle in his body was filled with power and trembled continuously. His cultivation level, which had been stagnant for a long time, also soared. Back then, the human ancestor had used his spine as a path to open a path to heaven for Suyu, allowing his cultivation level to break through to the beginner level of the heavenly law master. Now, under the nourishment of the primordial energy, his cultivation level soared once again. Half a day later, in the dark starry sky, there was a sudden gust of wind. A strange black cloud shrouded the sky. Lightning flickered inside, releasing a sharp and dangerous aura.